Iya 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 iya. W3 MMR.
W1. Yeah, guys are way out there talking.
Delta Romeo, go ahead.
I see a carrier out there. Pop, go down to 75 maybe.
Okay. 32 SDR, good.
Yeah, W2 SDR. W3 MMR, how copy?
Copy good here. Yeah. You know what I was thinking about? I don't know if I'd be crazy about hiding that amplifier like that, you know? I mean, if it was mine, you can't even see it and adjust it and, you know, and everything all covered up like that.
It's fine. I got an eye on things. I got the grid. I can see, watch the grid current here, and I'm always watching my meters and always watching the scope, and everything's okay.
Well, no, not as far as it operating goes, but I mean, it's nice to see the equipment. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like all the rest of your stuff's really nice. That amp's in good shape, and you can't see it. I like the looks of it.
Yeah, I know. I like the looks of it too, but it's too loud. You know, unless I can get, you know, figure something out to where I can, you know, really get the noise down or whatever. There's, you know, with it invisible within my line of sight, it's gonna have to be where it is for now, unfortunately. Let me hold on a second here. I just retuned the amp. How we were talking last night, and it's definitely more lightly loaded.
Yeah, so it doesn't take as much to drive it now, right? With the ANAN to get the same power, am I correct? It's same dead key.
A little bit less, not much less, but a little bit less.
Oh, okay. So how much did it end up changing the load control?
Let me see. The load control before was on about 80, 81, and now it's down at around like 70, 68 to 70, I think.
Okay, that's good. So, you know, it just, so now it's not, I knew it wouldn't be a dramatic drive difference, but, you know, a couple of watts when you're talking, you know, 15 or 16, you know?
Right. Yeah, so it's working all right. Interested to see, you know, if I'll check the temperature every now and then to see if it's running cooler, because I check it periodically and I could tell if it's gonna, you know, run any cooler. So yeah, I'm running about 250 watts at the moment, peaking upwards of around 1200 there, so plenty of forward modulation.
Yeah, how did you make out with the tune control on that power meter? That's a lot easier now, right?
Yes, it's a lot easier. I wasn't like pulling my hair out. I wonder what the hell was going on.
Yeah, let me see what I did today. Cut the grass, got that done. Did a little bit of cooking. I figured it's going to rain tomorrow. I want to get the grass done. And we had a regular skid at 3 o'clock. And Bushmills, that was nice. I just told Ernie didn't make it. He was too busy packing, but I just talked to him about 20 minutes ago in Bushmills, and he's taking a break now and cooling it for the day. So it's nice talking to those guys in the afternoon. Yeah, Joe wanted to know, he's really impressed about your webpage and all that. So he wanted to know about that, listening to the window live and stuff. I guess I could get it across there. Yeah, I think he does YouTube. I'll just send him the thing and see how he makes out. W2 MMR, W2 SDR.
Yeah, W3 MMR. Well, all you got to tell him is this. You know, if I'm live and he goes to that link, it'll be the first video that shows up. And it'll be like a live thing in there. It'll say live on it. It's that simple. He doesn't have to go through click here, click there, click here. Just, that's my main channel homepage. And if I'm live, it'll say that I'm live on that top video. So it's about as easy as you could get without having a direct link right to the live stream, but it always changes, you know what I mean? There's not always the same URL there, so every time I do a different, you know, a new one, it changes the URL, so but yeah, it should be easy enough for him to find. Well, that's cool. Yeah, I didn't do much today. I did a whole bunch of, caught up on some sleep, cleaned up a little bit, got on here this morning. I was up early. I talked to you, and then I guess I got off around 8 or so and cleaned up around here in the shack and went and got the dog and all that stuff. And now the neighbors are getting their grass cut, and the guy's out there with a leaf blower.
He's out there with a... Who made the leaf blower, Henry? Yeah, look at the side. There's a Henry logo, 3KD on the side of the leaf. Oh, man. What was I going to say now? Oh, I got an email today because I called to double check on the status of that other thing, you know, with the state. So I got an email saying that I was accepted and I had to pay my registration fee. It's only $20 for a senior citizen, and should be like a week. Check the mailbox.
Yeah, that's cool. I saw a carrier in there. I couldn't hear him though. Well, that's cool. Should be no time, man. And you'll be all set. All set, ready to go. That's awesome. Well, best of luck to you with it. I'm sure everything. That's awesome. I'm not going to talk about it. That's awesome.
And there's a breaker, top of the afternoon to you, W2SDR.
2SDR, what does he mean he can't? Let me check here. Hello. No, I think the thing is modulating. What do you mean, Perry? You heard a carrier, you saw a carrier, but you didn't hear anything.
Oh, I can hear you now, Steve. Come on up to 75 and join us. Yeah, I don't know. My sync detector was like, and then I saw the carrier, but I didn't hear anything because of the sync detector. And now you're much stronger.
A bomb drop. I must be just about right on 75, right?
Yeah, you're on there. Close enough. What rig you on, Steve?
I am on the 101.
Ooh, and hello to Clark.
Good evening. Who opened the door and let him in?
Evening? This isn't technically your evening, Clark. Isn't this still afternoon to you?
Yeah, Dan's really... You guys are really strong. Then you took a jet. It's really strange. Hi, Steve. Hi, Clark. What do you think?
Yeah, it has been taking some really serious dips. WA1ST.
Yeah, you guys like faded into nothing there. Clark, yeah, the band's definitely doing its dance.
I'm still copying everybody. Everybody's way over my noise level, but it's just odd. I'm on the ANAN. Let me look at the meter here. I'm on Studio B upstairs. And about 300 watts or so of carrier with the LV Moss set up, and the ANAN 7000. Well, wait a minute. I don't like the name ANAN. They should have named it like the Apache, the Cherokee, the Cherokee 7000, Cherokee 100B, but ANAN.
Where do you suppose they came up with it?
I know how they came up with it. HiFI, the owner of the company in India, I guess now they're in Australia. That's his daughter's name.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a screwy name for a daughter, too.
Well, they're Indian. I mean, different You know, they probably think Linda's a stupid name, you know. But I guess it's a woman's name in India. So that's the story on ANAN.
Okay, well, I got educated.
No, the term is educated.
Yeah, you are correct, and I've heard that a million times. So, what's up with you there, Mr. Clark?
All you know is just hanging out.
Hanging out.
Yupper.
I'll put it back in, will you?
And one BCG for lack of anything else to say.
Oh, you're never at a loss for something to say.
He was only talking when we came out to shoot.
Yeah, he was. He wasn't identifying though.
Oh, absolutely not. That must be a thing like my parents didn't name me for a good 10 minutes after I was born.
That's right. They
I gotta get me one of those.
didn't identify. Shit. What the hell did I do?
Invented the clank. There you go. Steve, all you need to do is just slam your hand on the table each time you key up.
Yeah, it's the clunk.
Weird.
The clunk.
That. Someone the ANAN. I slammed my hand on the table, and the button in the software, the MOX button in the software, actually went in. I never touched the spacebar.
Man, you got a heavy hand.
What was that, Perry? Distortion.
What about distortion? Oh, uh-oh.
Something wrong.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah. Yeah.
Who's down there on yours? They still getting you locked up, or are you going about your business, or what's going on?
Very little in my life is...
Hello. There we go, that's better.
Hello sounded like no power.
So negative there, Steve.
No, not at all. It's beautiful going on here.
Well, New Jersey's supposed to open up and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Congregate. That's the governor.
Okay, I understand. Where the hell I hear that? Golf courses. Now, golf courses, I would think you certainly, if you're playing with a group, I don't know how that works. You play with another guy, and you both wear masks or not, or don't have to, or don't want to. You certainly can stay away from other groups.
Playing with another guy?
Ho, ho. I should have known you would have picked up on that.
Alright, that's better. Hello.
Yeah, what happened?
I don't know. I'm gonna have to take this amplifier completely apart from top to bottom and go through everything in it, because it's got something else, some kind of intermittent connection in there, and I've already found enough cold solder joints, so the thing's gonna have to come apart.
What is it?
It's a Henry 3KD classic.
I heard those were good amps. All those Henry amps are good amps. What are these? I did a lot of research. They had one big one that they did. It sounds like 15 grand. 8K classic, something like that. I guess one of them was Oz. I'm trying to remember what I read about it.
It's the AK Ultra. It's got a 3CX 3000 in it. And they go for a ton of money.
Yeah, they do. They do. But they're big babies. What happened, Harry? What went wrong?
I don't know. Something was loose or something somewhere. I don't know. Sorry, I'm just looking at the scope. I moved the tuning control, the inductor just a tad, and it seemed to stop doing it.
That's it. You've got you got that buildup on the coils. You need to clean that off. The what do you call it?
Yeah, you use Lysol, don't you?
Yeah, like I literally just took the tuning control and like almost it didn't even really move it. It's like I basically just shook it back and forth, and now it's not doing it.
Yes, you've got that. Gosh darn it! That stuff that builds up on metal. Yep, you gotta clean it off. That's a common issue.
Yeah, you don't want to turn it out while you have it. Well, yeah, you know what to clean it with.
Well, isn't there a special cleaning solution for that stuff?
Alcohol. Now, would you use vodka or gin?
Tarnish and use a pencil eraser.
I go for vodka or gin.
It depends if you're pre or post prohibition. It's tarnish on there. If you can find one of those old school erasers, like not the one on the end of a pencil, but the thing that's kind of rectangular, and take the edge of it, if it's got, especially if it's a new one, take the edge of it and run it in the groove of that wheel that on the roller inductor, because there's tarnish in there. That's what's making contact with the wire. Just put the eraser in the groove as best as you can, and then turn the wheel with your fingers to get that tarnish out.
Alright, yeah, and what happens when that happens is, like, I'll key up the amplifier and I'll have no output until I modulate. And then it'll be like full output while I modulate, and then it'll go back to 0, so. It was doing that, I don't know, last week or something, and I thought it had an issue. It was tied into that cathode bias issue that I was having before, the wires coming off that resistor, but apparently it wasn't, because it hasn't happened since then, so whatever. No big deal. I got a good deal on the amplifier, so I'm not complaining by any means. Kind of is what it is.
Deep bass. What's that?
All right, and people talking nearby. And the other thing, Perry, is the rod that the wheel rolls back and forth all along, the shaft, that needs to be cleaned. That's another point of failure.
Okay. Will do. That's a project for this weekend. Because if it was doing it this morning, I would have taken care of it today, but the thing was acting fine this morning, so... next day off is Sunday, so that's my project.
I still vote for the vodka or the gin.
We know. You'd be down here like, no, don't waste it.
To YKX. Standing by. Waiting for vodka and gin. And I'm not going to use it to clean anything with it.
Who keeps saying hello radio nearby?
I don't know. Is the radio talking back?
I see somebody on 70, but I'm listening to the upper sideband. I have the upper sideband selected, so I don't hear anything down there.
Yeah, she's on 73.
73?
Yeah, he's just below it. Maybe 70. I think he's right below us.
A little close, would you say?
Yeah, there it is. I see it again. Yeah, it's on 70.
Harry, do you have any deoxit?
No, I don't have any deoxit. I should probably order some.
Yeah,
I got some right here. I'll spray some in the mic.
Yeah, my opinion, I wouldn't use an eraser on that. You know, you want it clean, and I would use deoxit. It's red. I would, wipe it on a nice rag, like a corner of a microfiber, soak it, and then rotate that thing around and rub it. And deoxit's is great stuff, and it's made for that. Deoxidation.
Eraser, and then isopropyl alcohol afterwards. Don't listen to Frank. He's leading you down the dangerous path.
Okay, well, I appreciate both of your guys' input. Thank you. I need to order deoxit anyway because I don't have any. It's a good thing to have around the shack, so... anyway, we'll take care of it on Sunday. And when I get done, I'll let you guys know which path I chose to walk down. Anyway, so what's the temperature outside? 66.6 degrees out.
Holy cow, are you serious?
No, I'm serious.
It's only about 48 or 47 here. You're having a heat wave.
Oh, it's been in the 60s consistently. It's our springtime here, Steve. You northerners, man, you guys up there in the cold country haven't seen anything yet. It was in the 80s. God, we're low 80s a couple weeks ago. I think it hit like 80 or 81.
You know, I made a very, very, very bad mistake when I reached the age that I could have moved somewhere. I don't know why, in God's name, anyone would want to live up here when the weather sucks so much on a regular basis.
I think you moved up there because you like how you look in fur coats.
That must be what it is. I mean, even down where you are, you got a big temperature difference in comparison to the Hampton Beach area.
Oh, the Hamptons, yes. There's a big difference between here and the Hamptons.
Not the Long Island Hamptons. I'm talking about the New Hampshire. Hampton, not Hamptons. And if you've ever been to Hampton Beach in New Hampshire, and you stick your feet in the water, your feet turn to blue all summer.
Not the same as the Hamptons, that's for sure.
Is that anywhere near Rye?
Yes, it is. It's right adjacent to Rye. And I know you've been in the Hampton Airfield before.
See, you underestimate what I know of New Hampshire.
I guess I do, considering you're a guy who never leaves the house.
There's an irony to that. I don't leave the house, but when I do, I leave the state.
You do. I hear you on here flapping your jaws about all the airports in the country. Are those all just touch and goes, or do you stop to get gas, sniff glue, or get coffee, or what?
First, we got to do good and welfare. Frank, you're still here, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. Yes, it's for the $100 hamburger.
Well, Hampton Airfield, do you remember being there?
Of course.
The home of tail drivers.
Is that like procrastinators?
Tail drivers, rear wheels, no nose gear.
going to sit here and wait for someone to get that.
Before I forget, Clark, I have used the pencil erasers before, the finger contacts. I plug in and out circuit boards. For that, it works like a champ.
I'm busting with you. Deoxit is fantastic, and that would work great too. What sold me on the eraser thing, someone told me this a long time ago. You got to clean those contacts with a pencil eraser. And this was like a rotary switch, like a band switch kind of thing. And I thought, oh yeah, what's that going to do? And I tried it. And it's amazing how it brings the silver out. But you're also correct in that you can't just do that, because you end up with this kind of like the eraser rubbery goo on there, and you do have to follow it with isopropyl alcohol to clean any rubber residue off. But anyway, yeah, both things work, but I am amazed how well the erasers work. And one BCG.
Well, tell me now, the new erasers on pencils are not the same as what they were in the 60s.
Even the new artificial non-free range rubber erasers work.
Yeah, but they're a different material. They probably do work. And I guess a combination of all the above would be fine.
I think that's a special type of rubber in an eraser. If you think about it, it's pretty cool how they work. Remember those erasers? They were like beveled on each end, and like they were different. One side was one color and one was the other. They had different characteristics.
Yeah, one was white, one was eraser color.
Pink.
Yeah, pink or gray. I've seen white and gray.
Yeah, I do remember that. That's correct.
Doesn't one do like ink or one does like erasable ink or something, one side and the other side's for pencils?
They're to erase all the sins in your life.
Man, I need a box of those.
You motorized.
Yeah.
Where do we go?
No, we're on 3875, at least I am.
Well, if it was a real loud station that just came on like a 3 or 4 kc below us, I thought it was one of you guys.
I thought he was on our frequency, man.
Test. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Hello, radio. 1, 2.
Okay, it was a two-land station, is that correct?
I just heard the signal. I saw the signal. I didn't catch the phone.
That sounds like W2ENY. He's been getting on in the evenings with us, and sounds like his voice.
Whoever I heard here.
1, 2, 3, 4. Hello, radio.
But I'll tell you what, in this ANAN, man, you can go into the menu, and in the synchronous AM options, you can select upper and lower sideband, or upper sideband to listen to. So I just hit the upper sideband, and I don't have to pull in the passband, because when you pull in the passband, it has almost like a Q multiplier, like a notching effect to the audio, and kind of jankies up the audio a little bit. I mean, it's listenable but by all means, but if you select either sideband, it literally has zero effect on the fidelity, and it sounds just like you're listening to both sidebands.
You know what, Terry, that might be a good idea for them to do in a software update. Get rid of that spec and DRM button over there, and be able to select this synchronous detector sideband right from the face of the radio.
Yes, I think that would be an awesome idea. For like synchronous upper, synchronous lower, or something like that.
Yeah, because a lot of receivers have that. I told you that Sony that I have can do that. And that would be a great feature, because obviously they can do it if it's in the software. They can put the buttons up there.
I gotta go eat WANSGH.
Enjoy it, Steve. Enjoy.
What's going on, Pat Ray and 2YKX?
What's up, Andrew? Not much, man. Just contemplating on what I'm going to make for dinner. I'm getting hungry.
There's a little double keyage there.
Okay, N2YK something. Go ahead.
N2YKXXX.
YK N2YKXXX.
Yeah, it's a new classification that the FCC is giving out, you know, for people with stutters. You know, I occasionally stutter.
Where are you located?
I'm in Northport, Long Island, New York.
Well, I'm glad that you knew how to pronounce where you live better than most. Long Island, where you get plenty of coffee.
I have coffee with my mother and my father.
There you go. Okay, named Steve, Southern New Hampshire. Bunch of guys in here. I'll go drink coffee this time. Have a good evening.
73, see you later. It's good to hear you.
20 over, good audio. Before I go, what do you want to get your power?
This 200 watts and a Flex 6400.
Well, no wonder. You're running a Flex. I run a 6600, but today I'm on a Yaesu FT 101.
Yeah, though that 101 is sounding super sweet. I know SDR, who's also on frequency, he has a good sounding 101 as well. But no, the Flex, it sounds good, but what are you gonna do?
Oh, great radio. I had a 64. Like I said, I've had a 63, 65, 64, 5000, and I settled on a 66. All right, bunch of guys in here. Radio sounds good. WA1STH. Enjoy the evening.
W1STH and 2YKX 73.
QB2 and QN.
Well, there you go, Clark. I'm leaving the frequency top of now. WA1STH.
What are we going to do without our lead moderator? All right, Steve, have a great evening.
No. You have been, and will always be the moderator.
Actually, this is the Perry and Frank frequency today.
Well, we did kind of come in and take it over, right?
You came in and take it over.
Well, we kind of came in pretty close, I would say. But whatever. Hey, Perry, Frank, sorry to storm the frequency. Anyway, there's a bunch of guys in here now. You all have fun. WA1STH.
Oh, you're fine, Steve. We weren't making any kind of sense anyway, so we're not important. 7-3, enjoy your dinner. W3 MMR.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's Steve, KB2NQN on Long Island. How copy?
Oh, you're doing alright. You're about 10 over. Down here. You sound good.
I'm sorry, I didn't get much of that. Perry, can you copy me?
Yes, I copy you. Fine business. Hi, fine business. OM, you are 10 over S9 into Philadelphia.
Okay. Playing with a SB220 that I just did a repair on. I'm on an FT101F.
It's trouble hearing you. You can always listen to the repeater.
Well, you sound good down this way. No doubt about that. The SB220 seems to be working with the FT101, Steve. So, like I said, the band's doing weird things, though. It's way up and way down. Maybe things will settle down once the sun starts to set a bit.
So what's going going on, Perry?
Oh, nothing. Just enjoying my day off. Trying to figure out what I'm doing for dinner. If I'm gonna make something. I gotta go down to the deli on the corner and go grab lunch meat at some point before they close. I'll probably go down there in a little bit before I lose motivation to. But I gotta pick up some more lunch meat, and maybe I'll get them to make me a hoagie or something while I'm there. And probably go grocery shopping tomorrow after work. So I try to hit the grocery store. Well, probably Friday, because I try to hit the grocery store when I go to the bank in the afternoons. Because I drive right by the grocery store. So that's the story on that. So we're starting to run a little low on supplies here. So not too much to choose from.
A hoagie. That's right. That's what they call it in your parts.
Yup, a hoagie. As Billy affectionately calls it, a hoagie.
Yeah.
That's not affection, that's sarcasm.
Oh. I'm aware. I love hoagies, man. And hoagie's the only way to say it. Submariner, submarine, a sandwich, sandwich, and a sandwich. It's a hoagie.
No, it's a wedge.
Oh, a wedge, too. I forgot about that.
What the hell?
You gotta use the mic and not the code key to key up.
You know, Perry, you forgot the one important one. It's called a hero. A hero.
That's right, a hero, too. Forgot about the hero. You don't hear hero too much. What's that, New York? I guess that's like a Long Island thing or a New York thing?
Long Island, yeah. I guess so. That's just how I know it.
You're on Long Island also?
I'm a Long Islander. That's right. Right across the water. Well, not exactly. I'm across from like Darien, so. But one of these days, when I'm out on the boat, maybe you and Rob, Alf, will, we can meet up over on the other side of the water there.
Y'all meet up at Coco's. Oh, no, it's not there anymore. Never mind. Hey, you can tune in to 446.925. We're AM and FM again. See how popular this frequency is?
I'm hip.
Yes, the one spot, the fun spot. This is where there's supposed to be all kind of great content, not dead air.
There is that.
Please go up to 3885 and talk to K1MB. You know, Perry was going to do that before he got dragged down here.
Was he up there? I saw he texted me, said he was calling me.
He said he was looking to talk to UFOs or aliens, I forget, something like that.
It's not surprising. I just got a $66 charge. There's the $66 charge in my bank account from Amazon. And I haven't ordered anything from Amazon in a little while. And however, I did order a phone case, optocouplers, coffee, and creamer. Gotta love Amazon. But they added, and they're not here yet, so I thought, okay, well, maybe since they, it's taken forever to ship, which is taking like a month to get here, that they just didn't charge my card yet. But those numbers, the total for those things don't add up to that. And the total of those things were $67.67 before tax and all that stuff. So something's not right here.
Has anybody heard Timmy lately?
Yes.
Yeah, it was on last night.
Okay, yeah, that's well, you can check into the order. If you look at the orders, did you check the part where it's got the tax and the shipping and all that to make sure the numbers don't line up?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Hold on a second here. Let me go in here. Oh, you're right. No, I'm an idiot. That's what happened. They. Okay, so okay, that's what it was. They charged me for $11.49 for shipping for one of these things. I guess I don't know why. And okay, but yeah, it's alright. It's correct. They just didn't charge me. They waited 3 weeks to charge me.
Oh, okay. Well, so at least you know what it is now. Let me get gonna see if I could borrow my stethoscope to see if I could how loud my amplifier fan is.
Oh.
Is he poking fun?
When you get a chance.
I want to know why I'm charged $12 in shipping. That's what I want to know. Because everything that I order is through either Prime or free shipping. I rarely order anything that I have to pay shipping for.
That's a handling charge.
So, can you turn your amplifier down, Perry? It's I can't hear what's coming out of my speaker here. That's okay. I shut my window. It's better now.
Oh.
No, I'm only kidding. Well, I don't know. You got to look into that one, man. That's a steep shipping charge, and but maybe you did. You know, call them on the phone. They call you right back. You've called them before, right? You have to leave your number. Like a second later, your phone rings.
Yeah, well, I usually chat with them. Sometimes it takes them forever to call me back. Like, I've had to wait like a half a day for them to call me back. I've never had them call me, that quickly.
Well, that's me. You know, when I call, they respond.
Oh, Lord. Man, okay, I guess I'll just have them call me.
No, I say, do you know who you're talking to? You know, and they said, yeah, you know,
I'm going to have to pull on out of here. It was good talking to you guys. Into YKX. Got to be clear.
Yeah, catch you later, man. 7-3.
See you, Andrew. I'm on the phone now with them. I'm on hold for 2 minutes, so I'll be right back. W3MMR.
There you go. Attaboy. W2 SDR. Attaboy. Hey, Clark, do you operate any other modes? Do you operate single sideband or CW?
Does it come down to this now?
Yeah, I asked you a question before I guess you stepped away. Do you operate any other modes like sideband or CW?
Both, yes. Love them both. Sideband mostly on 20, and CW mostly on 40. Well, I guess that was an easy answer.
I don't get on 42. I get on 40 really early in the morning, but very rarely during the day.
Well, 40 has its benefits. You've got 7200 for entertainment anytime, middays. There's 7290 in that area for AM actually on the weekends. There's always stuff going on there. And Perry seems to like 40 meter sideband. He's got all kinds of stories about good DX.
Yeah, early in the mornings, down under stations, VK, Australia, ZL, New Zealand, and out into the Pacific. It's a good time for that, you know, very early in the morning.
That's the one time I don't usually get on is early in the morning. The whole ham radio experience thing seems to be sort of an after-work deal.
Yeah, see, I'm much more in the morning, but I'm a morning person anyway. You know, by 9 o'clock, I'm long gone as far as being in bed.
Yeah, but you're also retired. My morning begins with what I'm doing for work that day, and then that takes over everything else.
Yeah, that's true. I've always been an early bird, you know. Like, even on my days off, I may get up even earlier. You know, I can't remember the last time it was light when I woke up in the morning. Probably after a night of partying back in the 80s.
Yeah, I remember one evening I got home, and as I was getting into bed, I heard the garbage truck show up. It's like, this has got to stop.
Yeah, it's nothing worse than seeing that sun coming up. That's for sure. That kind of puts a stop sign on it.
Yeah, because you lose track of, so is it the next day already, or is it still yesterday, and does the day change when I go to sleep or wake up, or does it change at midnight, or what's going on here?
Yeah, I can't remember the last time I stayed up all night. That's been many, many years ago. And I know I probably had to go to work the next day. So now's the time to do it. I don't have to go to work.
Last time I stayed up all night, it's because I got to an airport very late, and I figured, well, you know what, I'll just top off there because they have one of those, credit card pumps. You don't have to have an attendant. And when I got there, there was a sign that said it was out of order and call the attendant. Holy cow, because they had a fuel truck that they would drive out to your plane. Well, that wasn't going to work. So called the cell phone number and left a whole bunch of messages, but played it safe because legally I didn't have enough fuel to take off and fly at night. You have to have 45 minutes of fuel left in order to fly at night. 45 minutes of flying time beyond where you're going to be landing, and I didn't have that. So I ended up spending the night in the plane, and it wasn't really spending the night sleeping. It was like spending the night entertaining yourself, waiting for the sun to come up. That really sucked. And on BCG.
Nah, that's not going to be any good. That's not going to work. I can't. It's been years since I've stayed up to midnight on New Year's Eve. I just don't care. I get bored. By the time it gets to 8 or 9 o'clock, I'm tired of being awake. I mean, I'm not tired to sleep. Actually, a lot of times it's just that I'm just tired of doing stuff. You know, tired of TV, tired of radio. Just it's the end. You know, shut the book for the night.
Well, I don't own a TV, which I don't miss. I have not owned a television since 2011, and there hasn't been a television on in this house since 2001. I don't miss any of it.
Oh, I miss TV, man. Because I love movies, especially old movies, from the film noir stuff from the 40s and 50s and all that. I just, I watch movies and stream movies more than anything else on TV. As far as normal programming, it's a waste, but I like movies.
See, that's not TV. You said stream. Netflix isn't TV. TV is, channel 2, 4, 5, 7.
Oh, well, I was told like Turner Classic Movies, which is on the cable. And, but that's a great majority of my TV watching is that, or viewing of my viewing pleasure.
I have become really amazed at Netflix, or not Netflix, YouTube. The vast repertoire that's on YouTube. This is a while back. I was in QSO talking about this this movie I had seen when I was super young with W.C. Fields, and I couldn't remember much about it. I just said I remember seeing it, and it had something to do with these two ocean liners, and they were in a race across the Atlantic, and someone keyed up and said, yeah, the movie you're thinking of is the big broadcast of 1938. And it featured a guest, Bing Crosby, on it. It was his first his first movie appearance, and it was what kicked off his career, because no one had heard of him before then. So I was like, really? Big broadcast, 1938. Went online, and I found the entire movie on YouTube and rewatched it. And I remember, as I'm watching it, thinking, I remember this part, I remember this part, I remember this part. I had to have watched it when I was 6. It was an amazing time warp.
Excuse me, I'm glad my memory is starting to fail, so I could watch like all these movies and stuff that I've watched before and don't remember that I saw them.
Don't forget you have a son. Either way, he'll remind you.
Oh, yeah, you better believe that one. I don't know where he's disappeared. He's probably eating something very nutritious, like a hoagie or an ice cream cone.
Or a wedge or a hero.
A hero. That's a weird name. Yes, I'll take the Italian hero, please. Oh, right here.
Or a sub.
I guess that's the shape of the sandwich is why they call it a sub. Kind of long, round, and thin.
And don't you think that the shop should put a little propeller on the end, and then maybe a conning tower or something?
Yeah, a little propeller on the end with a couple of fins back there, and get creative.
Where did everyone go? Here we are being carried on a major New York City repeater, and it's just you and I. Not that that's bad, but you would expect that, like on a Wednesday night, there would be a buildup. Oh, speaking of stuff coming up, yes, under the frequency news, not here, but on 3885, Ladies' Night, the Redux, the return of the insanity. That's going to be Saturday night on 3885, beginning at 7 p.m. Eastern.
Ladies' Night, that's cool.
Yep, hosted by KC2UFU, who is licensed by the FCC to say FU on the air every 10 minutes. Stephanie, I believe WX3K is going to be there, and some other surprise guests. Some licensed, some not. So it should be very interesting.
All right, I'll have to check it out.
Yes, we're giving exposure to the other 3%. There's that repeater. And one BCG. I'm going to go refill this beverage here, and I'll be right back. But I'm sure there are people who want to jump in and say, hello there. So make it happen.
Hello there.
Hello there.
Else.
Hello, radio.
Hello there. All right, Pop. So you there, Pop?
Yeah.
All right. So I called him. This is what happened. Okay, the day that I placed the orders, okay, is the same day that I got my new phone. Okay, and my Prime membership was being paid through my old phone provider. Okay, and I thought that I was paid up until the end of the month. Okay, I thought my Prime thing was good until the end of the month, and then I had to, pay it. And they just pulled that Prime payment out of my account on the 25th. Okay, so my Prime, I'm in good standing now with the Prime, but I wasn't on that day when I ordered it. So that's why I got charged the shipping, for shipping. But they went ahead and refunded the shipping anyway because I've been a Prime member for so long, and it was only like a drop in my Prime thing for 2 weeks, so they just refund. They're going to refund me the shipping when they said when it gets scanned to go out for delivery. That's when they'll refund me the shipping.
Oh, okay. So is your membership had expired for a very brief time, and that's why that happened.
Yeah, it expired for like 2 weeks. So that's why. Yep. Whatever.
Big deal. I got to, you got to refund it back, so. I think they take my Prime out automatically on my credit card. I mean, I get an email about it, but I don't really have to do anything. Did you say it's up to like 120 now?
I hope not. I don't even know when it gets taken out. Because it's been about a year since I had to pay it. And before that, they were just automatically taken out. I would get, like you said, I would get a PayPal thing. Every time I make a PayPal payment, I get a notification, and it gets paid through my PayPal. So I'll get like a automatic notification. Oh, you're through Amazon payment to Amazon Prime, 1079 or whatever it is.
Yeah, I thought you told me it went up to $120 this year. Trying to think. It's fees $12.99 a month and $6.49. So it's $119 a year. It's $119 a year. W2 SDR.
Oh, I thought you meant like $120 a month. Yeah, so I guess it adds up to about $120 a year. So, yep. So they pull it out every month. I don't even notice it. Just like YouTube, I pay for YouTube Premium. That's like $10 a month. And then some other things that I subscribe to. That stuff I don't even think about. It just gets taken out when it gets taken out.
Time member of Xfinity now. It's like the ARRL membership. You could be a lifetime member, and so it's. I had to pay $24,350, but I'm a lifetime member.
Sounds about right.
Yes. Yeah, they have it for QST. That was a good price. I should have been. Every time I look at that, people that have that and how much it costs now. I should have got, every time I see that, I should, like 30 years ago, man, I should have got a lifetime membership when it seemed more reasonable.
Hey, I got a phone call. I'll be right back. W3MMR.
All right, QST. W2ST.
I'm kind of curious, since you asked me about modes, what other modes are you into?
No, just mainly sideband, FM, C4 FM, Yaesu Fusion. I got a bunch of their stuff, VHF, UHF stuff that's on digital voice, and that's about it.
All right, I should have said FM as in 2 meter. I love doing aeronautical mobile. That's always rewarding. If you get on there, like I'll say N1 BCG listening 146.52 and get no response whatsoever, and then key up again and do N1 BCG listening 146.52 aeronautical mobile, and then when I unkey, it's like being on a de-expedition in the South Pacific from a coral reef. Then you got to pile up from a million ops who are, I don't know, it's just all you got to do is say aeronautical mobile and they go backcrackers. The only problem is they all can't hear each other, so it does get chaotic.
Good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good evening. Hello. Is this thing working?
You got a lot done, which is amazing. We'll catch up on the topic, not aeronautical mobile.
You're not. It's Frank, W2SDR. Sorry.
Hey, Frank.
Hey, anybody hear any weird crap going on when they signal? Damn, it's still doing it.
Yeah, I hear weird crap when I'm trying to talk to somebody.
So we got a lot done today, which is really encouraging for me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Frank. I didn't realize that you're not interested in helping people ever. All right, I'll keep that in mind. W2BTK, clear of the frequency.
Well, you're stepping on the W1IA that I'm talking to. You're talking right over top of him. I mean, I didn't mean I didn't want to let you in, but I couldn't hear what he was transmitting to me.
I'm catching up on email. I'll be right back.
Yeah, okay. So what's new and exciting, Frank? There's a lot going on up here, but a stunning day. We're just going to make hay when the sun shines, you know?
Yeah, it was a beautiful day here today, too. Went up to about 62. We got some lawn work done. But it's going to be a rainy day tomorrow, so I'm glad I got all that stuff done. It's beautiful. It's been a really beautiful spring for the most part.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me get my headsets on, make sure this thing is loading. Yep, sounds like the same old radio. Yeah, I was on this morning, caught up with an old friend I haven't talked to in a long time. Sorry about the TV. Turn that down. But, yeah, I hooked up with that. And I heard Glenn this morning. And, of course, Bear was in there. But I got started, finished draining the last 1,000 gallons of water out of the bottom of the pool. I actually ended up knocking a hole through it on the low side. I built up a retaining wall. So I took a couple of the big field stones out of the way and tunneled under it, and then went inside with one of the pool pipes to the shimmer and knocked a hole through the floor. And then I had to get rid of a couple 100 pounds of wet leaves. So after it was drained, we threw the kiddos in there with a ladder, and they got a shovel and threw all the wet leaves into a wheelbarrow. So they're in their teeth. But it was great to watch them. And so that was kind of fun. Got a lot done. Assembled a new plastic box to keep all my chemicals in. The old one just kind of failed, so probably even picked up a new chest-style box, you know, pretty cheap at Aldi. So between that and my daughter got out the big, huge weed torch that's 500,000 BTU one, and went around the fence of the garden and burned up all the crap so we could, my wife could get in there and plant the outside edge of all her flowers. So it was just wonderful. I really enjoyed myself. First time in a long time.
Well, sounded like you had a nice day to do it, that's for sure, Brent. So it's a lot to jam into one day, that's for sure. We had a couple of guys in here earlier. I guess Clark is here, or was here. And also Perry was here. So I don't know where he went. Perry and Clark, you guys are still in there?
Still on the phone. I'll be back.
I realized I had the array pointed the wrong direction. You're a lot louder now.
Yeah, I thought you were just running low power. It was the band. Conditions, I didn't say anything, but boy, wow, what a difference coming down this way.
Yeah, almost 20 dB, which is typical on the array. I forgot I had it pointed up to the north. Wow. This thing still works great.
You can say that again, I'll tell you. Really, it's impressive. Very, very impressive.
You know, that effort putting that thing together, not to be an old repeating myself, but my God, that thing really works. I got to take the time and put in that in-phase. I'm going to do that over the next couple of weeks. I'm going to put in the in-phase relay to short out the phasing stub and then address the reactance with a little bit of L. I think I can throw about 1/10 of a microhenry in there and cancel out the reactance so I can run it in phase.
Yeah, well, that's certainly worth a try, but well, I'll tell you, it really performs here, and now just doing what you just did was very, very cool, very cool. W2 SDR. I want to get a glass of water. I'll be back shortly.
Yeah, I'm seeing 20 dB when I flipped it around. So, all right, I'll be back in a minute too. I got to get something called W1IA. Tiddlywinks. adjustment here. That looks good. W1IA.
Let's see if this thing's working. Hey, Brent. W1IA, KC2UDZ. This thing working?
Wow. Hey, Ken, how's it going, man? Yeah, I take it you talked to your wife about the toy?
I'm good, buddy. And, I'm good. I appreciate it, though. Thank you. You know, that's it.
Yeah, okay. Well, we had a great day, Ken. Boy, it's been a long time. I'm so glad you chimed in. I was talking to Frank, and Clark might be back here shortly. But I haven't been on the wireless in so long that it's nice to make sure everything still works. So, yeah, about 300, 400 watts out from the old H modulator. So, yeah, we had a great day. It was just a case of getting a lot of stuff done outside. The big thing we got to get done here before the summer rolls around, get the liner replaced in the above ground pool. And I had to finish draining it and get all the leaves out of it. So the grandkids were in there with these little plastic snow shovels getting rid of a couple 100 pounds of wet leaves.
Okay. That's the worst part, man. I had to do it every year. Climb in here in the slime, take all that stuff out. What did I use? I used what did I use? Oh, a crab net. I don't know. I used all kinds of stuff. Yeah. You gotta do what you gotta do to get it ready for the kids. I never used it, you know. It was all for the kids. But what a horrible job. Do that every year, you know. But that's good. Good. I'm glad you're motoring along there, feeling okay. How you doing? You doing okay?
Actually, I got some good news a couple weeks ago, Ken, as far as the cancer goes. Yeah, the urologist from the head of urology at Mass General reviewed my case files on the medical files, and after the consensus is, I guess, that the BCG therapy, which is a drug based on tuberculosis, some kind of a depleted TB drug that they use to infuse the bladder system and the prostate with this liquid. And I guess I'm going to just maintain that maintenance, and since a very low percentage of this type of cancer will go vascular, so I guess I'll be around for a long time to annoy everybody.
Very good, very good. I'm glad. Glad you got some good news. This always makes you feel better. I was just getting worried there for a minute when you said BCG. I was hoping Clark wasn't helping out there.
I missed what you said about Clark.
Yeah, that nasty thing comes through. That's horrible, that thing. I don't know, what the hell is that thing that comes through like that?
It must be in your neighborhood, because I didn't hear it. I've heard in the past those, what do they call them? They're something sponders that they use for atmospheric checks. I know that was being done in the MIT observatory, and it would just, like a woodpecker, would come through really annoying. But I haven't heard anything up here yet.
All right, I get this noise. It starts, on one side of the pan adapter, and it just slowly moves. It's a mound. And it slowly moves across the pan adapter. And as it moves across the frequencies, it takes everybody out, and it just moves away. It just slowly creeps along.
You know what that's indicative of? Switching power supplies I think they're around, it's a harmonic of 15 kilohertz, and it'll just, when somebody turns something on, and it can be a cycle, you can watch it creep up the band and then start over again.
Yeah, it was weird. Well, the band's not in great shape right now. All the signals are really down. I could see that already.
Really? You're pretty loud on the array up here. How strong am I down your neck of the woods?
Not as strong as you usually are. You're about 15 over S9 right now. Usually stronger than that.
Yeah, well, you're full quieting, which is nice. You know, I don't have any noise on your signal. Of course, you know, today was pretty interesting because of the conditions. Talking to Frank, and I switched it because I had it pointed up north, and I realized, oops, that was from this morning. I flipped it, and it was 20 dB difference.
Yeah, it's working good. I know you talk about it all the time. It's a good job. It's a good thing. Get that all straightened out. Yeah, I'm gonna be playing with some stuff. I'd like to try one of those, like you were working on there, or I think you were working on it. The magnetic loop. Those things look pretty cool.
You know, they're a fascinating antenna as I studied the theory of them. Yeah, magnetic resonance, and yeah, you know, I just tabled it because I got sidetracked with other stuff. I got projects I need to finish, but I just, once spring rolls around, you know, my life changes. I go in gardening mode, and we got a lot going on this year. I thought my daughter was going to handle it, and then she's on the push to buy a home, you know, and her budget, it's kind of tough, but she's shopping for a place, and quite frankly, I'll miss not having the grandkids here if she does move. But it'll be within, you know, probably a 30-minute ride from where she's looking from here, maybe 45, depending on the town. She's trying to look for something in southern New Hampshire, and I'll tell you, it's tough.
I didn't know the real estate market was that tough. Yeah, well, you know, it is. Well, a lot of people can't do it. You know, they can't afford a new home, so they, you know, the rentals and stuff like that. I know it's, hey man, you know, I'm just lucky. I got when I was young. I had an opportunity, but I hate all the kids nowadays. You know, it's tough for them. It's just, it's really tough. You know, I feel bad for them. We still got all the kids living here. Probably be here for a while. You know.
Yeah, well, she had a crappy situation with her ex. This guy turned into a real shitbag, I'll tell you. He decided that women and drugs were more important than taking care of his wife and, you know, his kids. And I had to go down to Texas and rescue her from that situation. It was pretty funny. I got a power of attorney on the titles because he thought he was signing something for a car inspection. But I took the truck that my daughter paid for right out from under him. What a scumbag. He was bringing his hoe dates back to their own home.
Well, I believe in karma. That's what I believe in, Brent, and I'm pretty sure he's going to get his.
Well, it's almost comical, too, because he's an illegal alien. Not from Puerto Rico, not from, Latina, from England. His mother never naturalized him when she moved here when he was a baby. So he got a felony, I don't know, almost 15 years ago or more. And that felony follows him. He'll never be naturalized. Well, he's a real sleaze bucket. So anyway, the good news is I got my daughter. She's 33, so, you know, it's tough. But she's got a good job, and, you know, it's a mixed blessing. I really enjoy having the grandkids here, so, you know, that's look on the bright side. But I'll do what I can to help her out, you know. We don't have any money, but whatever it takes if she wants to buy a home. I hope she doesn't buy a mobile home because those depreciate as soon as you buy them, but she's kind of looking at condos. Even condos in southern New Hampshire are $1.80 and up.
Yeah, they're not cheap either. Well, I don't know. It's a tough call. It's just tough all the way around, you know, when it comes to that. Well, except if you're going to live out in the middle of nowhere, you know, out in the woods down south or something, you know. But then you don't have the good schools, you don't have all that stuff. luckily my boys are old enough, the three of them, so, moving would only affect their jobs and stuff like that, and then whether or not they could find a job that's even worth it in an area that's rural, very rural and down south, because the prices are cheaper, if you go out into the woods, which I always thought about, but then you miss being near all the hustle and bustle, once in a while, and I guess you could travel back and forth. I don't know. We're up in the air right now, Brian. We don't know what we're doing. We're going to, this house is way too big, 6 bedrooms, 3 baths. Fairly large piece of property. Not large, not super large, but large enough. And we don't really need that much room anymore. We can start downsizing, Carrie and I. So we're just we're thinking about moving, but we haven't made the move yet.
Yeah. Well, it was real funny. I think it was Monday night. And was it Monday night? Yeah. Because she had a bunch of young ladies on. It was fun. And Timmy chimed in. I was in there briefly, talked to Carrie and Sarah, I think. I don't remember her call, but I think I logged it. But, there's not enough young ladies on the air.
KC2UDZ. Well, after the ARRL ladies' night, not that she has a lot of time. That's the problem. She's very busy. Believe it or not, even though she's home, she's even busier now because the job is a little rougher from the house than it is when you're at the at your work. Right at the business itself. So this is making it a little tougher for her. Although she doesn't have to worry about coming home for lunch, but hey. But she decided that she's going to put a little effort into that, and she wanted to get everybody together on Saturday night at 7 p.m. on 3885, so I think they're going to have a little get-together on 3885. So, I think it was, was it Saturday? I think it was Saturday, right? I don't know. I don't want to say if it is or it isn't. But anyway, they should have some fun. There's a lot of emails that went out. Hopefully a lot of the girls will join in and get on. So I'm hoping it works out. But yes, we need some women on here, more women. That way they can enjoy themselves. Talk about stuff, just like we do. It's probably going to be pretty interesting, though, I tell you. It should be very interesting. I think it would draw a big crowd, I think.
Saturday night at 7 o'clock, the Astronet.
I wasn't sure when it was. I was going to say it was Saturday.
W1A, a little overdue. Good to hear you. Yeah, it's a nice break. And I'm going to have a COVID-free frequency, man. I'm so sick of talking about it. All you turn on the TV and all you see is, okay, well, this one raised this money, this one's dead, yada, yada. Quite frankly, 0.03% death rate doesn't scare me, and that's all I'm going to say about it.
Well, it is what it is. I mean, I try not to get sick, even if I'm not worried about the COVID-19, I always wash my hands. I don't, I'm just careful. And I think the kids think I'm nuts, but now after this stuff started happening, they're like, you know what? That wasn't so stupid. You wash your hands, after you touch door handles or you go to the store and you don't put your hands in your mouth and stuff like that. I was like, yeah, well, it's only common sense. That's it. Period. Common sense.
Go ahead, Clark.
No, that's all I was going to say is just that the Ladies' Night Redux is this Saturday night, 7 p.m. Eastern on 3885. It should be very interesting. They've already done their practice run, which was a huge success. Can you imagine that? 4 YLs on W1AW on a Saturday night? Yeah, they broke the ionosphere.
W3 MMR back.
Hey, what's up, Barry? How you doing, old man?
Hey, I just got back from the deli. Had a phone call with the boss. And then, just got back from the deli on the corner there, so. About to eat a buffalo chicken gourmet turkey and American cheese with Old Bay, black pepper and oregano, and a little bit of Tapatio hot sauce. On Kaiser.
That's a flavor explosion if I ever heard of one.
Yeah, a nice fresh Kaiser roll.
Damn. That's an interesting mix of flavors. Anyway, good evening. And signals suck tonight. They really do.
Is it me, or are we getting a lot of buckshot 10 kc away?
I don't know where Carrie's got the filter right now. Actually, she's got it tightened up. But no, I don't hear anything.
Yeah, it looks like whoever it is on 84, but they're not that strong here.
Is it strong your way, Frank? Because, it's unusual to hear that much buckshot. I threw some filtering in.
Guess my father had a heart attack.
Don't say that.
I know. It's like it was already coming out.
Damn kids, I tell you.
Yeah, you'll beat him later.
You get old someday and you won't want anybody to say that. You're like, damn, boy.
Yeah, have you had any time to work on the rig, Perry? Did Keith had a whole ton of stuff, so, when things calm down, you got time, you should talk to him.
Yeah, no, I'm going to. Yeah, I figured I would like to make a trip up this summer. Make like a extended weekend out of it and stop and see a few people, on the way up and the way back down. So, and at this rate, it'll probably be the end of the summer. But whenever this stuff seems to subside, if it ever subsides.
Yeah, I get it, I really do. Test, like Sherry and I have. Trying to keep it within 10, which sometimes I forget. Now, I was telling your dad, had a great day. Grandkids were outside and trying to get my grandson away from a computer kind of drives me crazy. Love the kids, but sometimes technology ought to be burned. Off topic, I'm talking to my wife about getting some chicks. I used to raise birds for meat, and she just wants to call them, Patricia or, Deloise or some, give chickens names when they should be dinner 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, you got to get them out of the house. That's good. Good deal. Yeah, it was a beautiful day down here today. I had the day off, and usually on my days off I spend most of the day sleeping, to be honest. I get up at like 4, get on here until about 8-ish, 9 o'clock usually, and then I go back to sleep. So I'm usually up late because it's my day off, and I only get about 4 or 5 hours of sleep, so I lay back down for another 3 hours or so until 12 or 1, and can get up off the couch and start doing things. But I'm gonna eat my sandwich. I'll be back when that's done. I'll save you guys save your ears from hearing me chomp on this beautiful sandwich that I have right in front of me. W3MMR. Oh, and an ice cold glass of A&W root beer.
I used to make homemade root beer. You should get back to that. Well, you eat, and I think Clark is hopefully still here if I haven't put everybody to sleep. But big news, good news from Mass General Urology, head of urology, doctor. It looks like the cancer is a very low percentage of going vascular, so they're going to continue on with BCG therapy. Yes, Clark, I get it. This depleted tuberculosis drug they use that's infused in the bladder. So I got 4 more treatments, and then they do a cystoscopy to find out if the cancer is, slowed down, stopped, or whatever. So I hope things are great. So I'll be around to annoy everybody for a long time as it looks, unless I die of a heart attack tomorrow. W1A.
Don't say that. What's everybody doing? You'll be around for a long time. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's good. It's good news. That's nice to hear good news. Suppose we ever hear is bad news anymore. Anyway, you eat your sandwich, Barry. That sounds really flavorful. We had kielbasa tonight. That was good. Where you at, Clark? Just disappear?
Now I was just mulling over the fact that only the good die young, so Brent has nothing to worry about.
Well, there you go. That's what they say, right?
That's for sure, Clark.
That's what they say.
I'm in good
Yeah, it should be
today.
silly Saturday.
Because I got off my fat ass and got outside and got some stuff done. My daughter had some fun playing with
I'll go listen to it from
weedy
somewhere.
torch.
I'll have to rig something up
I hooked it up. It's
440
got a high
listen at the same
pressure
time.
regulator or no
But,
regulation on it. Basically runs.
Put a keying mechanism
I don't know how
on
many thousands
the rig here, so
but
just,
it's about a 3-foot one. You
shorts
light it
out
off
to
with a
440 so
striker
I can
and
sit in
hang
the
on.
room and just listen.
She burned up all the weeds and leaves and dried grass around the fence of the garden. And my wife got some seeds planted and got a lot done today. The big thing was draining the rest of the pool water. The liner had long since given out a year ago. I kept patching it, but it was amazing. It was so brittle that now I just got to cut it up and throw it out. Redo the bottom of the pool and the coving. I'm having a company do it, but if I can get it installed before they do, it depends, you know. I'm nursing a screwed up thumb. To add insult to injury, I almost sliced my thumb off 2 weeks ago. I was working in the shop with Keith, cleaning up, and I tripped backwards into a pile of steel. Yeah, it was almost comical because I got a punctured butt, and then I got a shitload of stitches. Made a smiley face from the palm up to the first knuckle on the thumb. You know, you got that two knuckles. The bottom knuckle up. Looks like a big smile where I sliced it right down to the tendon.
Wait a minute. You have a punctured what?
Derriere.
Yeah, and right after that you said it was shaped like a smiley face. I'm so confused as to what this injury looks like.
On my thumb, silly bastard. Now I managed to fall into the steel, and sadly, I bent the hell out of a cover for an FT990.
You know what? Don't do that.
Yeah, well, I'm a little klutzy, but there was boxes, get this, of 20-year-old mead, sizer, and piment that Keith and I had made years ago when we were brewing beer. We decided to do a little bit of vino. And the boxes were in the way, and I kind of tripped over them backwards. Ugh.
Seed, miser, what?
Sizer, piment, and mead. 3 different types of liquor.
Oh, I thought that was your law firm.
Yeah, we screw them in how?
That would be a great name for a law firm.
Paging Dr. Howard, Dr. Fine. Somebody else talk. I talk too much. I'm feast or famine. You know, I'm back on the air. Look out.
That's right. Talk away. Don't worry about it. So you're putting your seat belt on for Saturday night, Clark.
I am. I'm going to cower under the comforter and just, hope for the best. I'm hoping that there aren't too many, cardiac issues. I mean, ham radio, what the hell, this ARL statistics, the average, this is average. You guys will feel great about this. The average age of the ham radio operator in the U.S. is 70. We're all spring chickens.
Holy cow, Batman.
Yeah, okay. That's good. Spring chickens. I like that. Got a lot. Here's the deal, though. If it's got to happen because they're all going to get together, which is great. I think it's an awesome thing. But we're going to find out a lot about what they think of men in the conversation. So put your seatbelts on.
You know, the real world is co-ed, and I think ham radio needs to be also. So, personally, I am wildly in favor of Ladies' Night. I mean, I think it should be every night, but this is a good start.
Yeah, I agree.
You realize that...
I
can't say
hope
that.
it goes without incident. We'll see about that. But we'll try to maintain... well, I'm pretty sure they don't need any help in maintaining it. Of course, they can all take care of themselves. But anyway, I hope it goes well. I really do. I really, really do. So everybody's happy. I think good things should come out of this, I hope.
Hey, does the net include transvestites, cross-dresses, and the Xbox where you have no specific gender?
You will have to ask Net Control. This is a completely lady-controlled net on Saturday night, and they did such a great job of wrangling the males of ham radio back on February 1st that this is going to be like cakewalk. Now, this is... The ladies are going to shatter the tuning glass and break on through to the other side. It'll be very dramatic.
K1 and KBW.
Hi, Bob. Well, I think what they should do, Clark, is very important to have a check under the hood qualification, certification. You get the card, the cute, the keychain and coffee cup. But to qualify, you have to send a photo of check under the hood before you qualify.
Go ahead, say that Saturday night. I dare you.
Oh, I'd say it in a heartbeat.
It might be your last, though.
Oh, it's not for the women. They the real women. I mean, if there's no, if they don't have children, then we need to get the proper identification.
Should be good. I'm not going to say a damn thing. I'm sitting in the corner, and I'm going to just pay attention. That's all I'm going to do. There you go. What's up, Bob?
Hey, guys, what's up? So you take a good look at those doodads there, Ken?
Yeah, I looked at them the other day. I think you're good to go.
Yeah, I do, too. Well, we'll find out when they come in. I'll put them to the test.
Hey, did Bobby, Kenny didn't want the boards.
Other flavors, so you can do many different things. But see what they look like, and then, whatever.
Yeah, okay. What did you say, Brett?
Yeah, Ken didn't want the boards, which is probably too bad, but I understand waiting, Ken. So I talked to Kerry Monday, and of course it was a surprise to hear Ken on there. So had a great day, Bob. Good to hear you, and not to leave Frank or Clark out of here, but had a very productive day outside with the grandkids. So it was great.
Yeah, okay. All right. Well, let me shut up for a minute and see what's going on here and get settled in. K1, KBW.
It's a beautiful day, too. It's supposed to rain here tomorrow.
W1IA. Yep. It's got to that point, just out of sanity, I get outside as soon as the sun shows up. And I don't even care now with the temperature. I just throw a jacket on. Coldest damn spring we've had in a long time.
Yeah, well, not a funny thing, and it seems to be that way, well, down here anyway, it seems to be spring and in summer. You know what I mean? Like instantaneous summer. But maybe not this year.
Yeah, I'm leaving gaps, so I know how much people... I tend to short key a lot, so I'm going to try to break that habit. But you're right. This year, I remember when I was in college, I think it was my freshman year in college, and we had a snowstorm. I mean, a big snowstorm. It was April 15th.
I remember some April snowstorms. Yeah, absolutely. But it seems like that's not the trend anymore. We'll see this year. It might be a little different this year, but it's just strange, that you go right from winter to a little. Not this year though. It seems like spring is bouncing back and forth here. but it was winter, like very, very short spring, you know, a couple of weeks, and then it was summer and it was hot as hell. I don't know, it just seems like that was the trend, but maybe we can get back to some normalcy and we'll have the summers we usually have, that it's not 300 degrees out, which sucks because I hate hot, hot, hot. I don't like that at all. It does. I am not good with heat.
Yeah, I get it. I don't mind the hot weather. I really don't. What I truly miss is living in Hawaii. I was in the military, and I lived up in Hawaii Heights, and I'll tell you, even the winters, yeah, we had more rain, but, man, I really enjoyed it, and I missed the islands. That's where we went for our honeymoon. Anyway, Clark, are you still with us?
Yes, just got resettled in with Murphy here, getting ready for an evening of hamming it up. N1 BCG.
KC 2UGZ. Well, I was working in the garage all day, file fitting rings for the racing engine. That job sucks. I don't miss that.
Oh, man, I wish we lived closer. I love automotive stuff from soup to nuts, man. I've never done any engine work. I've done, top end, but never done bottom end work or transmissions. The two things that I'd like to add to my talents.
Yeah, it's, I've been doing it so long, Brent, it's just second nature to me. I build all the cars. I build all the race cars right from scratch, so. Everything. Engines, transmissions, and rears. Everything. I've been doing it for so long, so it's kind of second nature, like I said. I'm doing my engine. And you have to file fit the rings for the rack compression ratio, because I have the engine itself makes about 700 horsepower just on the carburetor, single carburetor. And I have two nitrous kits stacked on that, so it has two stages of nitrous. It makes right around 1,000 horsepower on the nitrous. So, if you don't make it right, it's not going to last. So that's what I was doing today.
Yeah, really cool. I mean, I think about my formula for success if I'm going to do something someday. I am a big fan of, Pro Chargers configurations, and I grew up at the track, right around the corner in Lee with my dad. He used to race, and it's in my blood, but I've never had the opportunity to have access to a machine shop. My dad's a master machinist and an engine builder. He passed away last year, but I miss chatting with him about everything he built. But, yeah, I'm going to keep it simple, stupid. I'm probably going to, my dream, if I can get to that point where I can do it, I hope so, is an LS version. I'm pretty fond of the bigger LS engines. They're kind of mix and match, depending on if you go with the bigger heads. But the 406, I think, the 560 or 66, 66, I think. And I think the heads that went to the bigger diameter intake exhaust was in that version. In 2006, I think they made the change. But they're amazing engines, axial loading on the bearing caps and so forth. But I really like the low-end grunt because I don't go that fast. I mean, man, what you're building is unbelievable, having, multiple kits and shots of nitrous. But I think it's more manageable, low compression and possibly pump gas, without having to go to race fuel. But I've been dreaming about that for a long time. Over?
Hey, I restored an Elgin engine.
Cool.
Yes, you did.
2.5 monster horsepower, baby.
7.5 horse.
And it was frozen. It took a good whacking through the spark plug hole to get that cylinder unstuck. I can't wait till the weather gets warmer enough to actually put some mix in there and give it a shot.
Should have fun with that one. I remember you telling me about it when you busted her loose there. That's cool. Hopefully the cylinder walls are in decent shape and the rings hang in there, so you'll have fun with it.
I'm nervous. I did put my thumb over the spark plug hole and, you know, turn the flywheel in it, and there was definitely some pressure buildup there. I don't think it's super high compression, but you know what? At 2.5 horsepower, air cooled, we'll see what happens.
Those are pretty tough, those little buggers. I think it'll run. I think you'll be fine. I've resurrected so many engines that were seized, it's ridiculous. And I've had 75% of them be okay after they were unseized. The rest of them were so bad inside they would never ever unseized. They were that bad, so I think it'll be fine.
Well, that and the my Johnson 2-cylinder engine got a thorough dousing in fogging oil. So, because I will never deal with another frozen engine, it's just way too scary. And one BCG anyway. Now back to the regular programming.
I like the fact that you were able to do it in your kitchen.
No, that was the carburetor that was taken apart in the kitchen. What a real thumbs up to being single, because I had the whole thing apart, and there's like old gasoline and oil dripping out on the countertop. That's where I make breakfast.
No compression.
And, you know, all the greasy...
You can even lower the compression some more.
The greasy
they got good
components.
Well, they have, there's two different versions.
The gaskets and everything had to get cleaned up. And I took a step back and looked at that and I said, boy, I can just hear a female voice like shattered glass in my ear screaming about...
Make some good horsepower. Make great horsepower. I mean, easy. Just minor turbo, stuff like that. 800 horsepower. No problem. No sweat.
That was a perfect double, guys. I heard you both clearly. I'm trying to pick my brain to pick out the signal to focus on. Frank, on the LSs, what do you think? You know, the biggest thing is to pick out the right casting, whether it's aluminum or... I'm thinking, do you happen to know off the top of your head the year they went to aluminum blocks, or whether about cast? Hi, Frank. Okay, go ahead, Clark.
I thought I already doubled once.
Yeah, I'm trying to be a good boy and leave more gaps. When you say LG, what was that engine for?
Oh, I'm sorry. the backstory on it is I was at a scrap metal yard years ago, and I saw this little outboard engine there. And when I was really young, like 10 or 11, a friend of my mom's had this outboard engine, which I actually got working. It was a complete basket case, and it was just clogged up with stuff. And I used fishing line to push through, where the fuel flows in the carburetor, the little tiny, tubes and stuff like that. And I got it working, and so the reward for getting it to work is I got to use it. So it was a lot of fun with this 6-foot-long fiberglass skiff that I had. Well, I still have the skiff, but that engine disappeared decades ago. So I was at this scrap metal yard, and there was this forlorn-looking Elgin Sears outboard engine, 2.5 horsepower, and it was going to go to the meltdown furnace, and I felt really bad, and I asked the guy how much he wanted for it, and he said, $20. What the hell? And he goes, it doesn't run. And so that's fine. And so I took it home, and it sat for a while, and I got new magnetos for it. I got a new spark plug for it. Got new points. Everything was just completely corroded and shot. But and then it was frozen too, and I just got it unfrozen this past fall, and I'm getting a fabulous spark now on it, and so it's all cleaned out. Carburetor, you can eat off of it. The whole thing is really clean, so I just have yet to put fuel mixture in it and give it a shot. So there you go. But it's a It's a 1954 Elgin outboard engine, and I think Sears sold it, and one BCG. That's a pretty cool story, though. You know, it gets in your blood. I know that, you know, Frank and Perry, obviously Perry, it's a career, but, you know, I love engines and horsepower, but, yeah, and Frank, if you could answer that question, I think it was you that was responding at the same time Clark was talking, but that combination, I think it's the 6.6 liter, wasn't it 06 and later, or I think that they made the change to an aluminum cast versus regular cast, lower end. But I just love the whole science behind it. If I had a machine shop, there's so many things to know about building. But my theory has always been this: overbuild the crap out of it and run it at half of its potential. So, you know, my thought is a torque monster. The bigger the better. Because I don't go that fast, but I want to get there with a lot of grunt and quick.
He's talking to you, Ken.
Yeah, who's left? I think I bored Ken away. All right, rule of thumb, don't talk about Sears outboard engines on ham radio. My little green pickup, you know, my short bed with a 5.3 in it. The problem is and always will be the four-wheel drive system. So I either rip it out and get rid of the transfer case and drop in the LS, bigger engine, or, you know, it's been a conundrum. I've already been working on the frame, but if I do anything, I'm going to box the frame at the critical points and go with a Courier rear end and, you know, I don't know, probably a T7, but no shifting gears. I'll stick a overdrive T7 in it or something like that.
I'm back.
Boy, you have no idea what you missed.
Oh, well, I wasn't waiting.
That's what string is for.
No, I had to go. And hello to Brian, if that's Brian in there.
Hello, Ken. KB3WFV. I used to just put a plate in front of me. So I'm riding along.
Ah, band sucks. The band is in crappy shape tonight. But I hear you.
It's up and down and back and forth. It'll come back in a minute.
Yeah, right on W2ENY.
W2ENY, Echo November Yankee?
Yeah, Echo November Yankee.
Well, good evening. My name is Brent. There's a few folks in here. I don't know if we've worked before. W1IA, over.
W1 Iowa, IA. Basically just Wayne's brand new Bob Bravo, Oscar Bravo Bob. I'm located in Finland, New York, kind of north of the city. And, running about, I think it's about 90 watts carrier. I've got a Flex 6300 with an Ameritron an Ameritron ALGI7 base amplifier. So that's about it. Sounding good here, man. You're strapping. Weather here is rainy, crappy. Ready for spring or summer. W2ENY.
Yeah, Bob. We've talked before. January 11th, 06. You believe that?
I check in the logbook, and it's like in Cornwall is where I got you located. Oh, long time. Okay, on the setup, I'm running homebrew H-modulated E-rig into a 2-element array. You're off the side of the beam, I think. Anyway, there's other folks in here, but it's been a long time, Bob. Great to hear you. Again, it's Brent, Whiskey 1, Italy Alpha.
You're all right, Brent. Sounds good. I recently got the bug back with AM. I used to hang out up on 3910, and that's kind of falling apart. I was up there for a lot of years. A lot of letters, all the usual junk that's associated with characters. And I went out and I bought a whole bunch of stuff here. I got Bagger Rangers. I got into this Flex about a year ago, and it's pretty cool. I like it. I like the old stuff too, though. So I've been doing a lot of workarounds, a lot of recapping, a lot of stuff in here. So anyway, my guess is back in 06. I was probably on a 930 or an ICOM 756. I got a couple of those floating around here too. I didn't have any fleet modulated gear back then, but anyway, well, good. Sounds good, man. Let's kick it around. See who else here. I heard Clark. I heard some other guys. So let's throw it out there and see what happens. Whiskey 2 Echo November Yankee.
I'm back.
Hey, would anyone mind if I just jump in here for a second? I have to do a little bit of testing. I had my amp ripped apart. Doing a little bit of stress testing, so I'm going to try to keep it quick, and I'll talk to you guys. This is W2BTK.
Well, it'll cost you, but no, only kidding. Go ahead.
And I'm back.
All right, well, hello, test. I'm goosing it a little bit. See what I get. Hello, everybody. Hello, Perry.
The stress test is working. I'm feeling more stressed.
Hello, William. And that hum wasn't in there, and then it came in there towards the end. I don't know if that's why you had it apart, but there you go.
Sounds acoustical, though, Perry.
Yep.
Doesn't it?
And I see a drop in power when that happens, too. Hello. I have to keep an eye on that. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
The grid current is still barely moving. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, wow.
Hello.
All right. Sorry, guys. I really need to do this. I can't do it in a dummy load. I don't have the right dummy load.
It sounds fine, Bill.
It seems to come back like right before you unkey every time. That's the second time it has. It's like right before you unkey. Is that why you're unkeying?
He's got hum for Roger beep.
Yeah. I like
Yes.
it.
Okay.
William, it sounds good. I remember it was obnoxious before, and now it's we're talking fairly not even worth mentioning. But good to hear you.
Yeah, it sounds better. It doesn't have that hum in there, man. Crank that thing up, man. Let her eat.
Let her rip, Tater Chip.
Let her eat.
No, I had some arcing. I keyed it QRO into a 8-to-1 SWR, and it burned up the PL259 SO239 stuff on the output. There's some carbon tracing, so I replaced all of that today, and I found one other weird thing in there. But hello, yeah, I'm not really modulating it much, but all right. Not trying to stay in here a long time. Thank you guys. Nothing's blowing up. Hold on.
Did I remember to put all the screws back and everything when I put that thing back together?
Famous last words. Nothing's blowing up. Oh, wait, hold on.
Yeah, you're not trying
No, I'm
hard
trying to
enough.
see if something will blow up. Now I'm modulating it a little more. Hello, 1, 2. It's getting kind of hot, and some of the screws were stripped out there, Kenny, but I don't think that was you.
Yeah, it was me. I cranked shit too tight. Yeah, it was me. Had that thing gutted. There's nothing left. We were standing on both sides, was saying hi to each other. Yeah.
Nah, that thing's working fine, William. I mean, jeez. No problemo.
Yeah, sounds alright now. I still think you should crank that thing up.
Yeah.
I don't have the airflow.
Back off half what?
You're chicken.
Chicken.
I got to rebuild. I blew up the air conditioner. The cap was bad, and at least I found that out. I got a new one, and I could rebuild it and throw it up on top. But that is 96 decibels C-weighted SPL, about 3 feet away.
Built that nice plant, made that nice plenum for the top of that. Put a big fan on that.
Yeah, no problem.
And the plenum is gorgeous. It was custom made. That's Hammer Engineering there.
I just
All right, let me let it cool out for a second. I'll be right back. Thank you for letting me in there, man.
window and see if my bud in the UK's on a little bit after, but yeah, torque it till it smokes. You gotta stress test it. It's gonna break, break it and fix it. Make it right. Twice the part after, every time.
Run over to Walmart, get one of those little air conditioners, with the hose on it. Sure. Cut a big hole in the side, run it right in there. Should be fine.
Yeah, smoke them if you got them.
Yeah, baby. W1IA at 720.
W3 MMR.
KC2, UDZ. I almost said UFU. That's cool.
Well, you're getting ready for Saturday night. And one. Wait for it. BCG. Shouldn't we just use our suffixes because, it's like the prefix is implied?
They can. Yesterday on Sunday night, yeah, it's determined that we need pre-qualifiers. If you have children, no problem. If you're an X-version transvestite, look under the hood, kinda. You have to send in a picture to prove it.
A lot of those people that have... mayonnaise was a gender?
Yeah, the census only had male or female on it. Apparently these sickos want to have a New Hampshire driver's license.
Wire line or 75-meter flat top up about 35 feet. Those are real good here, and I'm going to
Nothing to say about that.
Hey, Brent, if you could take advantage of lady strength 3 before a 9, wouldn't you want to convert over?
If I'll wear a dress for half-off drinks.
Right, and then when it's time to use the restroom, then you got to convert back. Otherwise, you're going to stand in those long lines. This is where gender fluidity really pays off.
And Velcro. Yeah, it's almost comical. Between the pronoun-sensitive jerk-offs out there and, give me a break, let's junk science this thing, shall we? I want to be pregnant. I think it's in my trimester. The guy's got a pair of danglies.
It's a scare
That is now over.
Makes me shake. Makes my brain hurt.
Oh, come on, Frank. Gotta have a sense of humor.
Well, anyway, your single came up, Brent. Now you're 30 over. You're doing great now. So, band's coming around here and there.
What'd you say, Brent? Sorry, I was reading some.
Clark, I got to improve the array today unintentionally. I was talking to Frank and I flipped the switch. He was talking to Glenn up in Maine. And of course the old beast threw 20 dB difference at me.
Yeah, yeah, earlier when you and him were on here, and I was listening too. I could barely hear you. You're like, wait a second. Hit the switch, and you're like, oh, the array was pointed the wrong way. We're like, oh, you thought you were running low power or something.
Yeah, you know, Perry, every time I think about it, it was worth the effort. Although, I was telling Frank I'm going to go ahead and maybe I get to it in the next couple of weeks, depending. But I've been talking about it too long. I got to put the in-phase configuration in the phasing box. And it might be a little work. I might have to pull it in the shop and do it, but I need to add a little bit of L to cancel out the reactance so I can run the thing in phase and not have to deal with it.
Before, Brent, I couldn't hear you at all when you were talking to Frank. And then when you flipped it, you were only S10 maybe, or S15. And now you're back up there, so it was definitely the band conditions. But like I said, it's coming around.
Yeah, well, you know, I got people mixed up. Sorry, Ken. But you're right. You're a little bit. It's interesting. Jersey area versus Frank's position on the map is substantially different, unless it's you know, the total distance away for the front to back shows up beyond 150 miles. So you're on the edge of it. You're still in the beam width, which is about 60 degrees from center. I think the total beam width is 65 degrees, something like that, from its actual beam heading, dead center. But either way, anyway, yeah, it's worth the effort if you got the room. But, you know, if you need some help with the magnetic loop designs, Ted is amazingly talented with that. And I just dropped the science right now. I got other crap going on, but I'm going to get back to it. But if you need help with that, it'd be fun. I've got the Heliax. If it wasn't so damn heavy, I'd send it to you.
Oh, I'm good. I got refrigeration copper. I got thousands of feet of it. I'm good. 1 inch, 3/4, you know, soft copper. I gotta make a loop about 40 feet in diameter if I want, but am I making one that big? My question is, and because this antenna is horribly compromised, terrible. The feed point is up at about 45 feet. And then my 2 dipole legs are, I'd say 45 degrees. They come from the center feed out, about 45 degrees. I wonder what that does with my pattern.
Well, here's the trade-off, okay? And I'll say this quickly because I don't want to bore everybody, but magnetic loops are inherently, by their design, inefficient. So if you get 50% of magnetic resonance to loss, you're doing perfect for magnetic loops. But here's what's interesting. They have a very unique pattern. They go from horizon to nimbus. So what you lose from a dipole, a low dipole, which is primarily nimbus, you get a very low angle antenna. So you could probably run the same power and have more dB on the magnetic loop as far as, you know, receiving station. But it depends on the time of day, you know, typical propagation issues. But at night, it becomes an amazing long-haul antenna. So we could talk about that more later, but it'd be fun to do it.
Yeah. No, I'm only talking for receive, Brian. I'm not talking for transmitting on the loop, just for a receive antenna. I would like to fix my. I have limited property here, so you know it's fairly large, but it's not big enough for what I want. Obviously, it never is. But my dipole is 45 degrees. In other words, like a flying A. You know what I'm saying? It's the 2 legs are 45 degrees away from each other from the feed point, all the way out.
Makes it omnidirectional. The feed point is resistant.
Don't. Also,
I think that was Chris, a little light. Last thing I'm going to say about the topic. As far as receive, holy cow, it would be cool because then you can do it in the vertical plane and be a lot smaller and have directivity to it. But we'll talk about this more. Yeah, it could be really beneficial. It also acts like a notch filter. If you got crud on the side of the center, basically what that filter. Anyway, enough of that.
Okay. Good stuff. I like to listen to this stuff because gives you some insight on it. What you're doing. Brian? You said something. What'd you say about that?
A dipole with each leg at 45 degrees or a total angle of 90 is omnidirectional and the feed point is at 50 ohms.
That's true.
Well, the legs are so close to each other. They're 45 degrees. You know what I mean? They're almost running parallel.
Are you saying the total angle between the two legs is 45?
That is correct.
I would still expect this pattern to be more omnidirectional, but your feed point impedance is off.
Yep, that's true. That's exactly right.
Yeah, I just wonder what kind of how omnidirectional. It must have some horrible pattern. This antenna is highly compromised as far as I'm concerned. I like it. Yeah, Carrie haven't broke it yet, so everything's good.
And yet
You might get like some lower angle lobes because of that, but it's canceled out by the fact that your antenna is that much lower to the ground.
Yeah, it's definitely too low too, but yeah, that's all we got. I mean, everybody hears us, so we're okay. Someday I'll get a big antenna.
My antenna is not very good either, man.
Yeah, it's a whole bunch of stuff to make a good. Brett's got a great antenna here. He made a nice one. And someday, was that Billy? Yes. Yeah, it's Billy. There's no hum. You couldn't tell. It's messing with me. I'm not nice, no.
Wait, what?
Wait, are you listening?
I'm texting.
Carrie came in and said, "Is that Billy?" I said, "No, that's not Billy." I said, "How come you couldn't tell? You didn't have a hum? You couldn't tell it was Billy?"
Hello, Carrie.
Oh. Yeah, no, there's hum. It's just real low. I can see it on the scope. That might just be audio hum, though. I have both. I have audio hum and I got transmitter hum. And this thing is heat cycling not too bad right now. Hello. Hello, 5. Yeah. Yeah, I like that.
You know, if you
Less
didn't
than
even
1% of your audio.
notice.
Less than 1. Don't even worry about it.
Just humming along, singing a song. Carrie's listening, she said.
What was that one?
Hi, Carrie. I think it might be from lowballing the Viking, you know? Maybe it doesn't like that. Because now I'm a little closer to, like, full Viking. And damn, Kenny, you know what's going on. I mean, I'm not there yet, but I'm approaching. Never run it like this before. Hello.
All you need to do to prove it is disconnect the microphone to get rid of the acoustical component.
I know. I've been through it. I know what's going on. I know I have a hum. I'm not really worried. I've got other bigger fish to fry right now.
All right.
Yes. Yeah, I know what's in that thing. I had that thing all apart. I know it's about that, baby. I know all about that thing.
Dave May.
Calm and, mellow here. Don't let me fall asleep. Let's get back to lewd and lascivious.
By the way, Brent, Carrie said, "Hey."
Oh, hey, babe. I'm not gender X. Hi, Carrie. Hey, it was so much fun to hear you Monday night. I hadn't been on the wireless in a long time. Got me inspired to turn this dust off the equipment.
Well, good. That's my purpose in life. Did you like my my specifications for the ladies' night?
I didn't hear it, but I, made some suggestions about photo proving, for membership. If you have kids, yeah, obvious. But, for those that we're not sure about, we need to check under the hood clause.
Well, I think it was Billy or Perry last night. I'm not sure which it was. Asked me what the the parameters were for the ladies' night. Like, I guess, like what was it? What's the how are we going to run it? Do we, have a plan or whatever? And all I said to him was, well, the parameters is that you have to have a rack and not the one that you put your radio in.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Hold on.
There's things that have
crap.
racks and
Is
still
this
have the
recording?
package.
I have to make a video. I'm sorry.
No.
Yeah, I don't have a rack, and I won't be able to participate. Hello.
I don't know. There's a lot of male ham radio operators who have racks. Oh, yeah. Well, it happens when you get old, Clark.
Yeah, men's ears do not count.
A bro.
Yeah, if you have a bro, it don't count.
Oh my God. I should go watch some Seinfeld, man. What a great show.
Yes, that was a good show.
Man, you're twisted.
Serenity now.
Jerry Seinfeld's birthday is today. I think he just turned 66.
A dingo ate the baby.
No soup for you.
Like a scared turtle.
And there's just...
Sort of like men jumping into a cold Atlantic Ocean.
Man, there's a...
Shrinkage!
There's nothing... I mean, there's so many one-liners from that show, man. It's probably the best sitcom of all time, in my opinion.
Yeah. Just to clarify, Billy, no, you don't have to be a woman to be on ladies' night, but it's just that the ladies are running the show. That's the difference. You know what I mean? We'll all be sitting, talking, doing whatever, and, the guys are always more than welcome to comment or say hi or whatever, but the bottom line is the ladies are on the mics.
Basically, the double Y chromosome net.
All right, can I make a suggestion then? Because this should not be called Ladies' Night, because that implies something else. This should be called Girls' Night Out or something. Ladies' Night, or I don't know. What do you call it when all the girls just go out without their husbands and party? What is that? Because that's what you need to name it.
Ladies'
Night. Non-dangly
Ladies' night.
I don't know. That sounds like it's a place with dudes, and then it's like ladies' night. So you're definitely gonna want to come if you're a dude.
What if you had a sex change? Does that qualify?
But that's not the case. It's like literally a night for women to talk to each other.
I think we got to send you the link to the promo video
Also,
there,
if
Bill.
you go, tell me that if you go to a bar or to a club or whatever, and you know that it's half-price wine night for ladies, or it's half-price drinks for ladies or whatever. Yeah, there's a lot of women in there, but then there's also a lot of men, because they know that the ladies are there because of the half-price drinks. So it all works out in the wash. Don't overanalyze it. It's gonna work.
Yeah.
All right, here's what I know. I know this. When you go out and it's a group of girls and they say it's ladies' night, girls only, like girls are going out, right? And you see that group of girls at the club, and now you're like maybe two dudes, and you go up to them and they're interested in having like ladies' night. Usually they'll like cold shoulder you or like mock you, or like you're just not getting in there. There's no point. They're having ladies' night, That's kind of what I'm envisioning. Oh,
so what you're saying, it's not like inviting like everybody to participate. It's like just the girls or whatever. But that would be like a girls' night out if it was like just the girls. It's
Yes.
basically the husbands or the boyfriends or the whatever are in the background, and the ladies are on the mic. And let's see how long it takes and how well they can behave to not try and take over the radio. You know, because you know they're going to be in the back with commentary. Right, Brian?
So my question, though, is like, what incentive would I have to fire up all my equipment, turn on the sub panel, run these, bunch of filaments and crap, and sit here in a hot room? Like, what incentive would I have to have, like, any transmit equipment enabled, like, sitting there burning electrons?
Because they're girls on AM.
Right. So it's a good night to listen.
Well, there you go. But I'm telling you, you may sit back and you might just listen to the festivities, what's going on and everything else or whatever. But there'll be a conversation in there somewhere along the line, whether it's somebody defending themselves or whatever. You'll get sucked in. I'm telling you, you may think no, but
We are going to find things out we never knew before.
And there's another incentive for you. You think you know women? Do you really know women, Billy? Because if you think you know them, you have no idea.
Well, my experience, what I had said was based off of my observations of being in a nightclub, working, sober, like the only guy there trying to get something done and observing everyone, including women. And I drew that conclusion from 10 years of people watching. So I don't claim that I know them, but I know what they do in a club.
Yeah. Well, this is a slightly more, hopefully, sophisticated crowd. I can't make any promises once they open the bottles of wine.
You're calling it ladies' night.
What the hell is wrong with that?
Yes, Billy.
Well,
That's
that's where my head goes.
Live with it. It's okay. It's okay.
All right.
He's right, it's okay. We get hung up on
I got to switch to the dummy load. I'll be back. I'm not threatening
God.
you.
Let's men be men,
W2BTK.
women be women. To hell with it.
Dogs and cats living together. Mass hysteria.
Dinosaurs warring on distant planets.
Could you lighten it up a little bit?
Strange matter being created by the Hadron Collider.
Being generated.
Hold on a second. Wait, stand by for a second. There's a guy asking, I think he said he's down on 60-something, 67, or asked if we can narrow it up a bit. I just wanted to acknowledge him, that I did hear him transmitting and asking us to narrow up, so.
All right, well, stand by. Go ahead.
Yeah, the guy that was asking us to narrow up, I heard you. Just want to know that you were acknowledged. W3MMR.
Yeah, I wonder which station it is. I hope it's not me.
Well, where's he?
I think he said he was down on 68. I believe that's what he said. I think he said 68.
What's he asking? Barry's on 68. He's probably on lower sideband. I'm stunned that he can hear us.
Yeah, this is
KB3WFE. Go ahead.
Something about 68. Good Lord. Go ahead.
Yeah, the call here is KB3WFE. The station calling. Go ahead. All right.
Are you serious? You have no clue about AM operating. Just so if you didn't hear it, folks, we're pretty broad. Do you have any clue about the regulations at all? Now, I'm trying to be polite here. We're pretty broad, and I'd like to know what kind of receiver you're using. Almost every station here has extensively tested bandwidth against the regulations, so I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
I don't think you do. I'm using a Flex 5000 with a band adapter, and I'm looking at your signal and hearing it up and down the band. So anyhow, if that's the way you are, you're splattering pretty bad. I know you can be as wide as you want to be, but man, when you're taking out good strong signals on 3880 and you're operating down here, I follow you all the way past 3868. Yeah, you're pretty broad. Have fun.
Well, pretty broad's a non-scientific term. My station, against the spectrum analyzers run, do you have any specific station you're referring to?
Yeah, yours.
Okay, and what kind of receiver? A Flex? Oh, that's wonderful. Okay, well, what am I going to say? Have a nice day.
Yeah, it's a very good receiver. It's very accurate, and you don't know what you're talking about. But yeah, it's just you. It's not your friend. 73, we're going that way. WB8UH7.
All right, you have a nice day, and we'll continue to operate whatever bandwidth we find necessary. As far as the
Oh, God.
I've gone through extensive testing, so you have a great day.
Well, that's a good amateur radio operator you are. I really commend you. You go right ahead, flattering everybody out. Very busy band, as long as you're a little...
Go ahead, guys.
You enjoy it.
What'd you do? Find somebody
I'm back from the dummy load, and the problem happened there too, so it's not an antenna issue. W2BTK.
Hey, Keith, how you doing? We just got a flamer. First time in almost 20 years.
Was that where he was?
W2, he hasn't lied.
He doesn't understand crappy radios?
I don't know. I thought he came on here. He started out pretty nice, and then it all went to crap. But I think he said he was on. We read that there were stations. Not everyone, but a few, one or two were wide down past 3868. I don't think he said specifically what state, what frequency he was on. He was just asking us to narrow up. That was all.
So
what he said is
he was
Brent
on,
needs a wide load sign.
AM when he was talking to us. I'm wondering, was he on in an AM QSO, and where was he?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if he was in an AM QSO or not. I'm guessing he was in a sideband QSO, because you were somebody was taking out pretty strong sideband signals. So I'm guessing he was in a sideband QSO and came over to AM to talk to us.
That's pretty moot anyway. Hey, Keith, good to hear you. You got the 833s on tonight?
It's acting squirrely.
Ah, man, bummer. Yeah, I haven't. I got a lot done today. Had fun, and Kerry's in here. Ken, Frank, Clark, BCG Clark, and man, it's been a long time. Great to hear you.
Wonder what kind of pan adapter he's using, because, I don't know, I'm watching your signal on my pan adapter, and it looks fine.
Let me ask you a question here. Now, do you have any attenuation in line with your receiver? Can you rule out by any shadow of a doubt that what you're hearing is not a product of your receiver being overloaded? That would be a good test, and that's what I always do before I ever get on the air and tell somebody that they're splashing out somewhere. I will throw at least 15 to 20 dB in line with the receiver. Take note of the signal. If the stuff is still there, it's pretty safe to say it's being transmitted. But I would say, some percentage of the time, I'll throw that attenuation in there, and they're clean as a whistle. It's my receiver. So, have you done any of that sort of thing to rule out, but without any shadow of a doubt, that it's not your receiver? This is W2BTK.
Yeah,
This happened. He left a while ago.
is your noise blanker on?
He already been and gone.
Shows you how much attention I'm paying to the Q. So I better get out of here, guys. I'll catch you later. W2BTK. On to something else.
I will say I have 30 dB of attenuation in line, and some of the energy is getting, down to 38, 68, but it's not like super crazy. But maybe he's real close to you, or you're stronger there, or whatever. I mean, it's not a big deal. He came in, he was being polite, and asked if we could narrow up. I narrowed up. I went from 7K to 5KC, so we'll appease the masses. W3MMR.
Well, the band definitely is shifting around, because about 20 minutes ago, QIX was up the band, and everybody here took a dip, and Steve started pounding in here with splatter, or splash, or whatever you want to call it. So it's just, there's propagation changes here too that's causing an issue.
Well, this being said about that, if we're adhering to the gentleman's agreement, he mentioned 3880, and if we're adhering to the gentleman's agreement of 70 to 90, and he's down on 68, and quite frankly, 5.7 anti-aliasing in the H modulator. I know this transmitter's clean, but you're right, William. It doesn't make any difference at this point. Quite frankly, don't care, because I know my equipment's clean. Anyway, WA1HZK and the big crew, how you been?
WA1STH, good evening.
Oh, WA1HZK. Hold on here. Do-do-do-do. Okay. We are tuned. Everything is happy. Here we go. WA1HZK. On an old buzzard radio. And I couldn't change the bandwidth if I wanted to. Yeah, I just sent you an email link to look at later on, Brent. You'll have to back me up. One of the soy boys went berserk on me when I tried to explain the Second Amendment to him. Yeah, I saw that, Keith, and I saw the email and I was reading it from WND, so we'll talk about that, but unbelievable. Anyway, yeah, it's great to have that radio on the air, man. I haven't been on the air in a long time, and caught up with Ken and Kerry down in Jersey, and of course Frank and the whole bunch, William, and a bunch of folks I haven't talked to in a long time. But man, it's great to exercise that big monster. Well, it's got some weirdness in it. I lose the bias supply on the modulator, and then it takes off, and pulls an amp of plate current at 4,000 volts. It's very bad. I gotta keep an eye on that meter. I gotta open it up. I'd say it's been a good 10 years since I've opened this radio up and done anything to it, so I suppose if one of the power supplies goes bad, I can't really bitch too loud. Yeah, saw your email. Turned on the radio upstairs, figured it was evening and nobody would hear me with 20 watts, so figured I'd come down and do it this way. See if this old radio would still talk. It does, we're good. It was evening and nobody would hear me with 20.
WA1STH.
Hey, Steve.
Good evening.
Hey, Steve.
Hello, Steve.
And good evening to Keith, W3MR.
Boy, you got a whole bunch of people there, Keith. Sounding good. Probably can hear my clothes dryer in the background, but anyways.
Oh, well, solar transmitters, The clothes dryer is part of the ambience.
That's right. Where are you? You're 40 over here on my guesstimeter, and I stress guesstimeter.
Like 2 meter long pigtails, and I think they were maybe 18 gauge or 20 gauge, 2.5 millimeter male. I think they call them coaxial power connectors. I've seen that term used. Maybe I'm wrong. But that would probably be an adequate length, and then I don't have to worry about soldering and breaking connections. Because if I do this thing with the power supply and get rid of the wall warts, I don't want to wind up having broken connections and tracing out, which wire is which. I want to start to straighten out all the spaghetti around here, and I have a couple of hubs. And if I probably just get one 12-port hub, I could probably eliminate one wall wart or two wall warts. Or if I get a new router with 12 ports, it's always good to get a new router every 10 years, I think, anyway. And the one that I have is the Wi-Fi router. It's probably the newer ones are probably a lot better. So who knows? I don't know with work if I'll be able to get to doing all of that this summer, but I definitely line everything up for my off-season downtime. And I just look up at all of the spaghetti, and I like things.
There's a lot of folks, and I'm enjoying this immensely. So carry on, gentlemen.
Shh.
Shh, quiet. It's a whisper now.
Everybody, listen. Hold on. Be very, very quiet.
Geez, Keith, you're very loud over here. I wonder why. Only 40 over on the back of the array.
Yeah.
W4. Papa Charlie.
Hey, Connor.
Who was that?
I think it was Connor. Connor down there in Virginia.
I'm not strapping anybody, but you're hearing me.
Yeah, you're light here, bud. You're about 5 over 9. But I'm hearing you. I don't know if the guys up north are. There's a ton of people in here. So I'm going to step out of the middle of the road, but I did want to just say hi, Connor, and I'm glad you got the antenna fixed. W3MMR.
90? I could go there.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to bail out for a minute. 3890 Keith, W198.
25 watts of
See ya.
125 still.
Hello, Perry. KD2AFL.
The big boy stations keep.
1 second.
So I can't see you listening on the side.
Yeah, all right, Connor. Real good, man. Good to hear you. And, glad you got the antenna fixed. Real good stuff. And good evening, Daryl. KD2AFL. W3MMR.
Yeah, right on, Billy. Catch you on the flipper.
Okay, Perry.
Hello, Carter.
Connor's doing well over here, actually.
Yeah, you sound good. Hello, Billy.
You guys are all strong to me tonight. Propagation is favorable.
Hey, Daryl.
Hey there. Yeah, well, everybody's strapping down here. Yeah, Perry, hooked Connor up with that antenna.
Hey, Daryl, where's your other brother, Daryl?
Without the amplifier on.
Oh, my other brother Daryl is, with the other brother Daryl.
You probably heard that 1,000,000 times, right?
Steve, Connor's transmitting right now.
Sorry.
Well, he was. He tried to. Connor, what? Come back. Say what you just said.
Oh, I said I better be quiet because Daryl's here. I'm going to get strapped. And, I fixed the antenna. The SWR is about 1.5 now here, which, it was about 2 to 1 here, before, a week or two ago, so 1.5 is acceptable. I still need to get new connects for it, but, this is acceptable now. The amplifier is still broken, so we're still running 25 watts of carry. So, anyway.
Yeah, all right, Connor. I got to get new coax too, so I'm in the same boat. We both got to do that. You're sounding good though, man. So
All right,
let
Connor.
me turn over to Daryl and Steve.
Would still talk.
Trying to get in there. BTK.
That's pretty
on
moot
Montana Mountain.
anyway. Hey, Keith, good to hear you. You got
I didn't know he was talking.
my station.
I know.
I follow you all the way past unscientific term. My station against the spectrum analyzers runs.
Well,
do you have any specific
I know.
station you're
I was
referring
just,
to? Yeah,
just
you're
looking out for a little guy. Connor.
Okay. And what
He's
kind of
our,
receiver? A Flex? Oh,
17-year-old.
that's wonderful. Okay,
up
well,
and coming
what am I gonna say?
AMer. That's the future right
have a
there,
nice
Steve.
day.
When me and you are long gone, Connor's going to be out
Very
here.
accurate, and you don't know what you're talking about. But yeah, it's just you. It's not your friend. 73, we're going that way. WPA,
Yeah, that's a funny joke. I'm running every bit of 25 watts of carry.
Did he say 25 watts?
Yep.
Holy smoly. I'm not damn hearing at all with the noise that's going
You
on.
don't know what you're talking about. But yeah, it's just you.
So he's
it's not
doing
your
very
friend.
well.
73,
Yes, he
we're
is
going
for
that
25
way.
watts if he's coming. Well, Connor, hello to you. Sorry if I stepped on you a little bit there, but it certainly was an accidental thing.
Yeah, I wasn't used to it before when the amplifier was still working, but now I'm just used to. Yeah, I need to. Whatever. Anyway, yeah, I need to get some GoFundMe started. Send that stupid amplifier on that day. They said they pay shipping back to me, but I need to send it for warranty repair. And God knows how much this thing's going to cost to ship. And if stupid Corona wasn't happening, I'd take it to my Elmer's house and have him fix it for me, but I'm not comfortable with exposing him to whatever nasties I have.
FYI, I didn't get a lot of that, but that's okay. Connor, I've heard you before, and when I hear you again and I can understand you, I'd be happy to have a conversation. 17, very good, very good, very good. And Billy, I'll be gone a long time before you croak, and then Connor can take over after you.
There you go.
We got 3 generation of AMers here.
That's right, man. AM, a diverse community.
And Connor found 75 meter AM without having to go through CB. So he's at like a major advantage there. Me and Perry, we came up through the school of hard knocks. Connor's like an accomplished contester, and like he knows how to use a radio really, really well. I bet Connor's got like way more contesting chops than I do at this point, and I'm not that bad at it.
Well, I'm not a contester at all, so you're both way ahead of me. And yeah, I was doing CB in the 60s, so you could say I came through that funnel also.
Yeah, well, my problem is that, yeah, I'm a crazy contester, winning all these contests, just won another one the other day. Problem is I'm an operator. Yeah, but anyway, I guess that's why I'm here. But yeah, I stumbled upon it. I used to talk on side, but now I really only come and speak on AM now on 8 meters, and I speak on AM and I pop into the sideband group I used to be on and just say hello and goodbye. AM is a lot more fun to talk on. W4I to Burberry.
Well, Connor, you're now talking to the most intelligent people on amateur radio.
What?
Yeah. I don't think Steve was talking about AMers there. Yeah, I came up through the school of the 11 meters, but I was also very lucky to have my father, who was accomplished AM operator for quite some time already, you know what I mean? So I was kind of a shoo-in. I'd say it was a little easier for me to make friends on here than than a lot of people, you know. So, Connor, my hat's off to you, man. And what contest did you just win again? What other contest did you just win?
Oh shoot, what was it? It was...
So many, you can't remember them.
I can't find it in my phone. There was something CW. I forget what it was. It was CW something over the weekend.
Oh, God. Of course it has to be a CW contest, too. The kid's 17 years old.
Hey, I'm going to run out of here. You guys have a good night. WA1STH.
All right, Steve. We'll catch you later. WA1STH. W2BTK.
See you, Steve.
You can't hear me, but see ya.
Yeah, I caught you that time, Connor. Have a good night.
Hey.
You guys hearing that little, it's like some semi-wideband noise. Not wideband, it's like narrow noise there just below us. Like maybe, I don't know, a few KC down.
Yes, it's centered on 3870, and it's like 1.5 KC on either side of that. Yeah, I've been seeing it all night. It's like... And there's another one up on like 3890 something. Just looks like the exact same way.
I want to find a way to plug my Milwaukee battery charger into my dipole, because that thing is very interesting. It talks and it puts out a signal, a pretty decent one.
Billy, have you ever looked at the spectrum scope of an SDR or something while you were using your drill? Oh my lord.
Yeah, one of my neighbors, when they're using their battery-powered weed whacker, it's the craziest looking thing on the pan adapter, dude. It's my entire receiver. It's from from the AM broadcast band up to 6 meters.
That's like my truck. Whenever my truck starts up, I try to get mobile set up in there. The diesel, not the ignition system, but the fuel system. Oh my lord, is it send out RFI?
I had put them I had an old Jeep, like a 93 Wrangler, and I had a 11 meter rig in that truck, a mobile. It was like a Unit M Bearcat 980 is what it was, and I put HID headlights, like HID headlight kit in the thing, man, and that was like the worst choice I could have ever did. I every time I turned my headlights off, it was 30 dB in my receive, no matter what I did. I put ferrite on everything and still didn't work. So then I ended up getting rid of the Jeep and got a little Isuzu pickup, and that's the story on that. But wish I still had the Jeep. That was a fun little truck, and that thing was clean too. Little Jeep Wrangler.
I've heard lots of people say that about those HID ballasts. They make an awful racket.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. Like anytime I see a car, like I would like to get HIDs for my Suburban, but that's the reason I won't. Because if I ever put a radio back in there, I know what it's going to be. I don't have a radio in there right now, but I took everything out.
You hear Connor, Perry?
No, I didn't even know it was him. What did you say, Connor? That's a good point. I forgot about those LED lights. Those things are bright too. Like that's the way to go now. Not even HIDs are like old school compared to the LED technology they have now. We had this 93 GMC Cyclone, man. And mind you, they only made like 3,000 of these trucks. And one came into work, and he had these aftermarket LED headlights. And those things were so bright. I mean, they were like on a whole nother level bright. Just the low beams, and then the high beams were like off the charts. But then if you go on YouTube, they have a bunch of comparison tests, like between the new LED headlights and like the high performance HIDs, and the LED lights blow them out of the water. So that's a really good point, Connor.
Yeah. Oh man, a GMC. Oh man, those things are awesome. If I remember correctly. Well, as cool as the vehicle from that area can be, era can be. W4ITC.
Yeah, Toby just messaged me. He's listening, but not transmitting tonight. So Diode Dynamics HID bulbs make zero noise in his HF rig in his pickup. And HID lights are brighter than LED. I thought I saw a thing that it was the opposite way around. I could be wrong though. So it's very possible that I'm wrong. And real good, Toby. Thank you. Hope you're doing all right. And we'll talk to you next time you're on. W3MMR. And I'm gonna say 7:30. I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna try to get to bed early tonight. I went to bed super late last night. At like 11:30. Woke up at 4. Got back on here. And then I took a nice nap today, but I got a little bit of cleaning up to do, and I want to get in bed in a decent time. So, good hearing you guys. Connor, glad you got the antenna fixed. Billy, glad you got your situation fixed. Daryl, Steve, anybody else who's still on frequency? Bob, I think it's Pop, if you're still listening. Anybody else? 7-3 guys, we'll be listening. W3MMR.
Yeah, I'm going to crap out for the night, too. I worked on the amp all day, came out here. I've been stress testing it tonight, and it's holding together. Not doing anything too weird. And I'll call that success. So, I'll catch y'all later. Connor, you're doing great. Barry, everyone else out here. Yeah. See you later. W2BTK.
Alrighty. So, stress testing the amplifier. I guess maybe you ran some cooling air. I guess stress testing it. I'm guessing that means you're running 200 watts of carrier. Anyway, I guess I'll get out of here too, since you're the only person that can ever hear me. So, W4ITC 73. Click.
Well, that's an incorrect statement, but hello, Connor. Goodbye, Connor.
Oh. Hello, Brian.
Hey, Perry, hang up your phone.
Hey, Brian, what do you got right now on signal real quick before I go? Hello. I haven't done this before.
Sorry, Clark.
That's kind of funny.
Never mind. See ya.
I butt dialed Clark, and he was listening in for like 2.5 minutes. That's really funny. All right, I'll see you guys.
I'll be back to have to deal with something. I'm making a contact with a couple other youth friends, so I'll be back. I got to join a phone call. W4ITC. I feel like I'm in the
Did you hear me, Brian?
I do, but stop and think about what you're asking me to do for you, and how long it would take you to do what you asked me to do if you were me.
All right. Well, I'm just looking for relative. Clark, what about you? What's the difference? Is there any difference?
My apologies. I was trying to deal with a butt dial from Perry, so I missed what you're trying to do.
Oh, just like relative signal strength. Is there any difference right now? Well, I don't know what the band's doing, but I'm stress testing right now.
All right, so I see how you're coming in now. What are we comparing it to?
Whoa.
Every other night.
You're coming in great.
The same?
That's the problem. It's propagation. You're coming in great. I don't know whether it's propagation or something you're doing. You're coming in great.
All right. Yeah, somebody's tuning up now. All right. No, I was just looking for like any relative, the relative to what I usually am doing. Okay. That's all right. I want to get off the air though, so I'll catch you a little later. W2BTK.
Billy, you're stronger here than what you normally are.
Like, noticeably, a little bit?
Like 7 dB probably. Stronger than you are normally. Like sometimes you'll peak up this high, like when propagation gets really good, but you've been solid at that point this evening, so it's a noticeable difference.
Okay, perfect. That's exactly what I was the relative type of measurement I was looking for. So it is noticeable slightly. All right. Good to know. I'll catch you guys later. BTK, W2BTK.
We'll see ya. W2 or W3 or whatever.
Billy, you keyed up a couple times there for the annunciator to read it. You were 30 over.
Gotcha. But, I mean, you don't watch that thing regularly, so I was just, because you guys are used to me and what my signal and everything, you would know. And you're used to looking at your estimator, but except for you, Brian. But I really appreciate it anyway. I should have thought before I asked. Anyway, I see you later. W2BTK.
Well, it'll read it to me, but you can't do it with, hey, what's my signal? And on key. You got to be keyed up a moment for it to read it off. Like, oh my God, I have a 0S signal.
That's awesome.
I put the second tube in today.
Can you imagine having a female voice that says everything you want her to say? Guess just not realistic.
I want one of those things. Well, I have a QSO timer on here that I set for if like I'm talking longer than 3 minutes, and it tells me shut up, stupid, and I recorded it, so it's me telling myself to shut up because I'm stupid.
Send that to Timtron as a gift.
It is pretty cool. It's one of the features they put in here. Like you can have it counting only when you go to transmit, it'll start counting, and then when you unkey, transmit again, it'll automatically restart. And also you can have it to where it's a continuous timer, like every 10 minutes. If you're using it as a QSO timer, it'll play off whatever file you put in there. It's pretty cool.
Get off that radio!
Yeah, anyway, I did say I was leaving. I'll see you guys later. Have a great night. W3MMR.
I'm not telling you to go. I'm just thinking of ham radio operators who constantly hear that from XYLs. Well, that would be one of the things,
See you guys.
Why does it feel like Saturday night? Weird. N1 BCG.
2 more days, Clark.
No, more than that. It's only Wednesday.
Tomorrow and Friday, that makes 2, and then it's Saturday.
Then, right, so how many more nights? So there's Thursday, that's 1, Friday is 2, and Saturday, 3.
But then you're on Saturday, so you're there.
Where's WB8 whatever? Go yell at 3885 for splattering all over the place.
I I don't think he was actually yelling. I think he was actually being straightforward and cordial there. I just wish he would have broken in with a call and gotten acknowledged, and that would have prevented all the double up and piling up that was going on, so that we could actually understand what he was talking about from where he was talking about. Yeah, who knows? Somebody could have had something legitimately wrong, or band conditions, or maybe a misunderstanding of how to set the receiver. I don't know. Who knows?
You're right. He did not yell. He was actually very polite about it. I just thought, it's time for someone to fuss out whoever's on 3885. Yes, he was cordial, and I didn't catch his call sign. I remember vividly a time several years ago. I was on 40 meters, and in QSO with someone, and Brent came down. God, I haven't heard him in months. Holy crow. Hope everything's okay with him. I literally have not DTS. I haven't heard him in months. Anyway, he came down in frequency, and he said, "What the hell are you doing?" I didn't even know him that well at the time. I said, "What do you mean, what am I doing? I'm having a QSO." He goes, You're interfering with my QSO 10 kilohertz away." I said, "How's that possible?" He goes, "Well, I don't know. You got all this upper sideband. You got no lower sideband. It's like you're in upper sideband only." I said, "I am using a Johnson Viking Valiant, and there's no sideband adapter hooked up. I have no idea what you're talking about." But I took it off the air. I signed, and I said, "This is really weird. I got to check this out." And it turned out that there was a legit issue with it. The oscillator was FMing badly, and it was due to a coupling issue. It was the coupling between the oscillator and the buffer was not set right. And so it was indeed generating a hideous upper sideband signal. So the guy was right. So sometimes it's good to take that stuff to heart. And one BCG.
And I agree. And I have no issue with that guy. I just wish he had actually properly broke into the QSO and been acknowledged, so that there wasn't so much doubling and carrying on there. But I went down to, I thought he said he was on 62, and he came up and saw somebody from 68 to 80 or whatever it was, which doesn't make sense, because most of us are pretty much, I mean, how do you have more energy down than you do up? But anyways, I didn't hear anybody down there. I did hear curiously that somebody on 64 that said that they were normally down on 62, that they got moved up. And maybe that, I don't know if that's what it was related to or not. Don't know.
Well, Perry and I both looked him up, and I got his call sign. I think if it's WB8 UHZ or whatever we're talking about, and I started to write him an email. I got halfway through it, and I got a text message from Perry saying, "Hey, I emailed that guy. I'll let you know." It's like, oh, okay. I only was halfway through writing one. Okay, well, great. We'll rather than have him get, all these emails from people, we'll just have him get your email. So fine. Let me know if that's the person, and if it is, then I'll write him separately.
I have returned.
Good evening.
Get me to you, DJ.
Well, the interesting thing about it is that about 15 or 20 minutes before that guy showed up, QIX was up the band. And all of a sudden, everybody here went way down. QIX came way up, and I could hear him, in my upper pass band. So I went up to see who he was talking to, and who Steve was talking to had pretty much disappeared on him. So the band took a shift there at one point, and then all of a sudden I come back down here, all of a sudden everybody's back.
Yes, signals are back where they belong now.
So I've had that happen to me before, Clark, where all of a sudden the band takes their shift, who I'm talking to dips, and somebody up the band or down the band all of a sudden sounds like they're sitting on top of me. So maybe that's what happened. I don't know.
I mean, it's true. It's all relative. Sideband energy is relative to not just transmitter power and bandwidth, but also propagation. And it could have been that, part of the band went long. But the thing is that, sometimes things like that need to be explained. It's like, well, how long has this been going on for? Is it everybody? Is it one person? Well, someone did ask that. They said it was Brent, and Brent didn't like hearing that. But I don't know. I feel a little bit badly because he was nice about it. He did switch to AM. Maybe he wasn't. I don't know. Maybe he was on AM the whole time, even with his other QSO. Or maybe he was just a transient tuning by. I don't know. But I thought that he was relatively polite, and that goes a long way with me.
Kerry tuned down to 3868 lower, and I heard nothing. We were sitting there for a little bit. Nothing. Heard nothing on the flex.
Well, he's got an 8 call, so he was, I think he had an 8 call. That's what we were kind of thinking, and so he might be a ways away. I don't know. I guess you can have any kind of a number call anywhere now. It just doesn't matter anymore.
He's listed as being in Michigan.
Well, Tim, if you're the one and you're still tuned in, key up again. We're all kind of talking about you. I guess that's not much of an invitation.
We have cookies.
Oh, now that would get me here. Oh man, you had to say that. I don't have anything like, dessert like in the house. The local Stop and Shop, the supermarket I go to, the bakery there always puts together these chocolate chip cookies, but they make them with M&Ms. Oh my God! So they're chocolate chip cookies where, and they put them in the clear plastic bin, and so you can see them, and they've got like the different color M&Ms, and it's like M&M cookies. Oh my God, they're so good. And I used to buy those every time I went shopping, and I'm realizing, I'm gaining weight, and I'll bet it's these cookies, and I stopped buying them. I'm going through withdrawal.
They have those in a Wawa. Why buy them? I don't know. Yours probably came from a bakery, but they do make them. Yeah, they're good.
Well, we make them right there in the supermarket. So I mean, it's not even like it was made somewhere else. It was made right there. So you pop a couple of those, in the toaster oven and warm them up, and they're very good. And then I got into what are those, almonds? Yeah, the kind that you used to get in the little packages when you went on flights. And now all the airlines have cut back and they don't give you the almonds anymore. And I found a bag of, what is it, like Blue Diamond? I forget the company that makes them, but smoked salted almonds. Oh my God, another to die for snack.
Hang on.
Diamond, just diamond.
That's it, diamond.
Hey, I might need your guys' help.
Okay, I'm ready. Where are we going?
There may be a friend of mine, Dave, KT2ADG, who's not even 10 miles from me, I don't think. He's been listening along this week. He heard Carrie and Sarah carrying on the other night. And he's tempted to check in here. He just sent me an email. Hopefully he's still listening. I don't know how long ago the email came in, but Dave, if you're listening, keep that thing up. I'm
Or
not
in
sure
case
I'll
you're
hear
too
him being this close,
Dave,
but
if you're a friend of Brian's
we'll give it
and
a
emailed
shot.
him about
Just
listening to this
keep an ear out,
frequency,
I guess is what I'm asking.
go ahead and key up. We're listening for you.
Perfect, Tubble. You started at the same time and you stopped at the same time. Yes, I will keep my ear open, or both of my ears open.
Go ahead, Clark.
I was saying if there is a Dave on frequency and you emailed Brian about listening on 3875, this is a great time to key up because we're talking about you. So here you go, the 200-watt paging system. Dave, if you're on frequency, let's hear from you. N1 BCG.
Whiskey 3, Oscar Hotel.
Whiskey 3 Oscar Hotel. Is your name Dave?
Roger that. The name is Dave.
All right, coming in here in southwestern Connecticut. But now here's the money question. Brian, are you hearing Dave?
Hello, Dave. Sorry about that. I forgot your call changed. We hear you fine over here. How are you?
I'm doing good. I've been listening to you guys for like 45 minutes.
Well, Clark picked you up in Connecticut. I'm picking you up just across the highway from you. And Ken, are you hearing him in Jersey?
Somewhat, yes. He's very low modulation, but I see a signal.
I hear him fine here in Pennsylvania, W3 MMR. Bye, guys.
You're like a hummingbird, Perry. You just can't get enough of this frequency.
I know, man, but I'm cleaning up in the background. I wanted to let him know that he's giving me 15 over here. So, Dave, you're giving me 15 over 9 into southeast Pennsylvania. All right, I'm really not coming back this time. See you guys.
Yeah, sure.
It actually sounds all right, Dave. You might bring the mic gain up a little bit there. Try tweaking the mic gain up just a touch.
Alright, that's going to take me a second. The mic gain button not letting me
You came up in audio level there. It sounds fine to me. I mean, it's typical of a commercially built rig. I wouldn't be bashful about using it. It's not distorted. It's not over modulating or anything. It's just it's not very loud, but that's typical of those rigs.
Yeah, copy that. Well, I mean, that's good to hear because you guys seem to be having the most fun on the hand frequencies here.
There you go, Clark. He just called you the most fun on the ham frequencies.
Oh, what did I do and what do I have to live up to?
I think he was speaking about the band in general.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a good group of people here. Clint, Clark, Perry, and a bunch of others are all great operators there. And it'll get jammed up in here pretty tight just after dinner time, and then it thins out here about this time, and usually 2 or 3 of us are sticking around carrying on. Some nights it'll be a wildfire, but I think I said in one of the emails to you there, Dave, you'll have to tune in Saturday night. Grab your favorite alcoholic beverage and some popcorn, because I'm sure it'll be a hoot.
Oh, we'll definitely be there. Ryan has already got it on the schedule. Ryan is my 18-year-old son.
Well, very cool. So the only thing what kind of carrier power are you tuned up at? 15, 20, 25?
I was at 12 and I just went up to 22.
All right. Did you bring the mic gain up at all, or will it let you?
Nah, I won't let you do the mic gain when it's on the radio.
Any idea what it's set at now? Is it halfway or 25% or?
It says 30 when I'm on a sideband. It says 53.
Well, Well, when you get a minute, run into the menu there and set it at 40, and let's see if we can get it a little bit more audio on it, see how it does there.
Okay. Yeah, I have this Marathon 8L8E stick here. I just don't know really how to tune it for...
Yeah, that would help, but the audio's still light. And the trick with the amplifiers, is that a tube rig where you tune a load and a tune on it?
Yeah, it's got the plate and the load.
So what you do with that is you tune it up for full smoke, just like you would if you were operating sideband, okay? So you match the rig and the amp together, full smoke on the band, on 80 meters here as if you were setting it up to run on sideband, and then you take the carrier and bring the carrier back. You switch the rig to AM, leave the amp alone, and bring the carrier level of the radio back to about 10 or 15 watts. The amp's peak power out is what, Dave? Alright, so I can only imagine it's probably only going to do about 100 or 125 watt carrier with no audio. So you would bring the drive of the rig back to about 10 or 15 watts and make sure that the amp's not going past 100, 125. And you gotta watch how fast the amp heats up when you're operating AM. All right, Dave. Let me stand by here for a minute. Maybe you can get a minute to run into that menu and bump it up to like 40% on the mic gain, and let Clark and Kenny go back. I think they were talking about pistachios or peanuts or something to do with Diamond Company. Unless they were talking about latex gloves. Where'd you go, Kenny?
Here, bud. Ah, crap, my SWR is crazy. Hold on. The SWR is up. Hold on.
But a decent radio that you can actually control. I can always put this one on.
Yeah, one last comment. We got to rethink this, and I'm serious with this. I will help you build another, chicken coop if you want. Colleen's got this problem. You know what I'm talking about. I will definitely, if you want to raise some birds, and I've done this, professionally with Leo down in North Dartmouth. I think we've got to get some meat birds and raise them. And I'm not kidding. The way things are going, I think we're going to hit a big dip. And I hope there's no panic, but you know where I'm going with this.
Yeah, well, first I need a new shed. And then I have to convert the old shed, but that would be no big deal. And then I have to convince my wife not to have the same Colleen syndrome. Like naming them all. Oh, that's Louie, that's Rosalind, I guess basically if you start doing that, it's just, you and I got to do it some morning like we made beer, just do it and be done with it. put all the guts in a bag and put them in the trash.
That's not a problem. I can, slaughter birds. I'll take care of it. What I need is a location. Leave your shed alone. We put a simple, shed over the septic system to the left when we come to the driveway. The birds can't run. I got some fencing. And so many square foot per bird. They have to be covered because we'll lose them to foxes or hawks.
At the end of my street, my neighbor's got probably more than a dozen of them. They run all over the neighborhood. Nothing bothers them. Foxes are gone. There are no predators left.
Yeah, you know what? I have a better solution. You think Dean would let us raise some meat birds on his property?
No, because then he'd have to take care of them. Say, whoever's doing that has to get up in the morning and go take care of them,
All right, I make this promise to you. I will supply the materials. We can get a simple coop. We need a coop because nighttime you got fisher cats and foxes. Corey's been losing birds, but, that's another story. I like him, but he's not too bright when it comes to animals.
Well, I got that stage right out front. That's 10 by 12. You convert half of that into coop, half of it into cage, and then you let them wander around the yard, freely, and come dark, they go into their cage. That's where the food is. That's what the guy up the street does. That's what my neighbor beside me did. No big deal. I'm used to chickens running through the neighborhood. And then we come in and we see the woods chickens. Turkeys, up to our neck in turkeys around here. So, there's plenty of birds, and there's nothing bothering the birds anymore. The hawks are all over the Daves.
I just thought of something, and you might actually like this idea. The building that Kenny gave me, all right? Now, I'm serious. If we set this up over the septic field in that area, I got chicken wire, I got fencing, and we could buy some chicks, and I can get the pullet, up to pullets and so forth. We need about 6 months to kill them off. That's not too bad. Then we won't have to deal with them in the winter. And we could be killing off birds in September, for roasters. Over.
Well, I have given it some thought, but nothing very serious right now. I'd have to do it in a reasonable fashion and have it look kind of decent, because I am in a dense neighborhood here. So a Quonset full of birds? I don't think so. But I would build something, I think. I would build a coop, Get the 2x4 and some rough cut lumber. That's how I build things. Anyway. I don't think it's happening this year, but it's definitely food for future thought. I'll be your A1HCK. I'm out of here.
All right, well, had to consider it, and have a great.
Is gonna be in for quite a challenge.
You're just so good at getting things done.
I think I got it fixed. Here you go.
What was that? Was that you, Ken?
Yes, it's me. You can hear me. I know you can. Hold on. Yes, it is me, and I got the SWR. It's raining out, too. I don't think there's any hope for, whatever.
Well, we got Dave to turn his audio up, then. Dave, say hello to Ken. Ken, tell me if you hear him any better.
How you doing, Ken? Whiskey 3, Oscar Hotel, Dave in Maryland.
Okay, Dave in Maryland. You're booming in here now. 10 over S9, and I can hear you. You got some good audio there. Sounds good.
Yeah, it's like Whiskey 3. Oh!
W1IA.
And Brent's back. It's, yeah, I hear you good. Down there by Brian. How much power are you running right now?
25 watts.
How's my bandwidth?
You're doing very well. So for 25 watts, I would say it's very good.
Behave, Brett.
Hi, guys. Am I wide enough yet?
Hi.
I don't know what that was all
man,
about, man. I checked on you.
on
I went down, we listened down below, and I didn't hear you.
Pretty funny, Frank. Did I have a troll or Ken? I'm sorry. You guys sound very similar.
Okay, I don't know. I don't think I sound like Frank, but then, of course, I don't know.
Yeah, Keith and I had to do a sidebar, and comes to the silly conclusion. I used to raise meat hens, and I'm going to get back to it.
Yeah, you said you, dinner 1, dinner 2, and dinner 3, or you could name them, fricassee, Florentine.
Yeah, you got it. You know, I'm not kidding. I got to thinking about it. I got enough venison in the freezer for a little bit, but is this pathetic? I said, what's this, a COVID-free frequency?
I hope so.
Anyway, now you all are talking my language. That's my second hobby.
My, verbal skills. Anyway, let's forget it. Back to what I shouldn't be doing, being annoying.
There you go. Are you hearing that station down by Brian, Brent? No, I don't know if you're hearing him or not. He's 25 watts.
Yeah, go ahead, Brian.
Go ahead, Dave.
I was just saying you were talking about venison. You were talking about my second hobby there. So obviously you're a hunter, and that's what I do when I'm not on the radio or mountain biking or jeeping.
How do you know he's a hunter? Venison could simply mean he's a reckless driver at night on parkways.
That's how I hunt.
Alright, well, copy that. But if he's got a freezer set up for the venison, he's either a really bad driver or he's a hunter.
Brent, were you hearing him? He's not even hearing me.
I am not sure if Brent heard him. Or you. Well, he has to hear you, I'm pretty sure.
Is some jerk off doing that? Seriously.
Sounds like the Langoliers.
Is that crazy, Ken?
Yeah, you know which movie I'm talking about, right? Stephen King, The Langoliers.
Yeah,
That's what it sounds like. That's creepy.
I got to thinking about it. You know, growing up on a farm, your perspective is a lot different than the millennials.
You mean you grew up with the understanding that hard work produces good results?
You got it.
They can't go to work and sleep?
You know, when we were 7 years old, if you can push a hay bale, we were feeding the dairy cattle. Everybody had to work. No BS, man. What the hell's happened to this world?
This is not acceptable.
I'd rather be on a farm.
I was born on a farm.
Now, God bless you.
I got a picture of me in a pumpkin patch when I was, I don't know. I made it onto the headlines of the newspaper.
Yeah, I don't need to tell you, Ken, but I miss those days.
What, being in the police blotter section of a newspaper?
Yeah, we do.
Oh, what's the matter, Clark?
Well, I was talking about which page of newspapers we all showed up on.
I was not thinking any cows.
What? There was nothing, no headline of your local newspaper that started off with New Hampshire man?
No. You know, the sheep look good.
Oh, boy, that would be a bad thing to have happen.
Bad idea.
Dad.
Need your own show, Clark.
That's what 3875 is for. It's good evening, everyone. Welcome to Live 75.
Hey, when you grow up on a farm, the simple rule is, if it didn't have a name like your dog or cat, it was food.
The simple rule growing up on a farm was don't step on the brown piles.
Oh, you mean fly pies?
Yeah. Mud pies, fly pies, road apples.
Hey, my cousins, we had some great fights with fly pies.
Road apples.
When you live near Amish country, that's what they're called.
The difference between a fly cat and a fly pie.
Is that like
I couldn't tell
fly
you.
pie?
No, fly pies have a custardy center.
And how do they taste?
Yeah, I don't know, but every time we got hit with a fly pie, we had to go down to the river and jump in.
Is that like that guy who was seen driving on the highway? He was having one of those, trucks, the flatbed trucks with a whole bunch of porta potties on the back. I guess that was the company. It was a porta potty maintenance company, and he was driving a whole bunch of them, and one of them was facing back, and there were, it was a high traffic day. And the person driving behind the truck saw one of the porta potty doors open up and this arm come out holding a big wad of TP, which then let it go. And then it went flying backwards and landed right on the windshield of the car behind and stuck there. And the person freaked out. He turned on the windshield wipers trying to get it off, and then the door opened just a crack again, and another hand came out with another wad of toilet paper. Apparently somebody was in one of those things on the back of the truck.
I realized I had the array pointed the wrong direction. This must be much louder, but yeah, it reminds me of Animal House with the oil engine blown up. I remember that movie.
I need more power.
No, you don't.
We'll get you there.
More power, Captain.
Sounds good right now, Dave. And Brett, now that he's turned his array your way, he probably hears you now. Where are you, anyways, Brett?
I'm in New Hampshire, a little town of Derry, southeastern corner of the state. Yeah, that's me. Over.
Which is a lot closer now that we're not talking to Brent Longpath.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah, I hear much better now.
The array works.
That's a friend of mine, Brett, that's right across. I mean, he's maybe under 10 miles to my west from me, and he's on a little Yaesu 3000 with 25 watts.
Wow.
Is there another station trying to break in here?
It's almost fun when his band isn't terribly long.
I hear some sideband now. That's what it was. I think it was riding on somebody's signal.
I think we need to switch to pay per listen and filter out all the riffraff.
Almost as funny as being trolled tonight.
I don't know. He was pretty cordial when he first keyed up there, but he got buried in a bunch of doubling, so you couldn't pick up what he said. I thought he was being pretty decent about it until I guess he got frustrated with doubling or something. I don't know, but it would have been nice to hear a little bit more about what he was saying and who he was referring to, or where he was at. So, but honestly, I think it was just the band shifted, because the band, everybody took a big dive. I don't know if you heard me earlier, and QIX came way up in my pass band, and I went up the band to listen to him on 85 for a second, and whoever he was talking to disappeared, and then the band came back. So maybe that's what it was. Who knows?
Well, he was referring to me, but I'm an anomaly, say that correctly, among signals only for the array. Not that that makes a big difference, but, you know, propagation is one of those, you know, crazy things, especially tonight.
I'm looking at your signal, Brent. You're not wide at all.
Which makes me wonder if he mistook you for someone else.
I don't know, Clark and Frank, but, you know, quite frankly,
Stop calling me Frank.
It's just, you know, noise blankers, he's got a flex.
He's the new guy.
Making fun of you, Brent.
I know. You know, the worst part is, unlike, you know, I check this crap, and it's almost irritating. But it's a cross combination of bandwidth, regulations, and engineering.
You're good. There's nothing wrong with your signal. I'm looking at it.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Yeah, well, I guess it comes down to shoving 7 more dB on top of the signal. That's all I can say about that. So there.
There you go. That explains it all.
I had a similar experience. I went from an off-center-fied dipole to a 2-element beam. And the first weekend I had it on the air, running the same net that I've always run, I got blasted for buckshotting up and down the band.
Yeah, does that surprise you? You know, unfortunately, this is the world we live in. And I'm not saying the guy isn't educated. He was very cordial, although I didn't quite catch his call sign.
I'm sure by tomorrow it'll come up on some of the streaming recordings as they get posted. I'm sure somebody can go back, or you can go back and get like the AM window and catch it if you want.
Well, you know, you gentlemen need to understand my favorite Latin phrase, illegitimi non carborundum, which is loosely translated to "don't let the bastards wear you down."
I think you like it because you get to use the word illegitimately.
Illegitimi, yep, my favorite word.
Dave, are you sure you want to sign on with this group?
And you guys are right, the band is broken.
Yeah, it shifted again. I'm not sure if Dave's still hearing me.
You know, surprisingly, the absorption is high, but I'm getting about 200 miles anyway.
And if you wait 15 minutes, it'll lay back down quiet again. For some reason, it just got real noisy.
Yeah, at least we don't have to listen to the traffic net in Texas.
Not yet, anyways. The night's still young.
I hear a slot bucket. Nah, give me a break. Maybe there they are. Well, I'll say this about that. It has been a real pleasure tonight. In spite of my, jumping up band. is kind of hard to explain for those that haven't gone through, you know, anything to do with the C word. And I'm not talking about coronavirus, cancer. And I don't know. And not to wax poetically here, but it is pretty cool to get that off of my brain. So anyway, fun to hear everybody tonight. I'm going to go upstairs. And thank you, Ken, and I don't know who else is left. Clark and the gang. I'm going to shut this junk off. W1 Itchy Appendage.
You got your name right that time, Ken.
What's that?
I was telling Ken you got his name right that time. See you later. KB3WFE, enjoy your evening.
Hey, have a good night, guys.
It sounds like I lost everybody. From KB3WFE, did the band stretch out on me?
Whiskey 3 Oscar Hotel. I'm still here, Brian, and I turned the amp on.
Brian, you're still, whoa, 25 over here. I'm just turning it off, but I figured to let you know the band hasn't stretched. 73 guys, I'm shutting down.
Alrighty, Perry and Dave, I heard you too. Alright, Perry, we'll see you later. KB3WFE. Dave, I heard you with the amp there. Very cool.
How'd that come across?
Sounds fine here. Doesn't sound like anything's being distorted or overdriven or anything there. When you key up and hold a carrier with no audio, what's your power out?
KCTU.
Wow, that's showing. Oh, hold up, Brian.
Hello, Miss Carrie.
Hello there.
100 watts.
You said 100 watts though, Dave?
Yeah, it's 100 watts.
Alright, I'd let it run like that for a little while here until you get used to everything. I really would make that antenna your first priority tomorrow. That'll make things a whole lot easier. Miss Carrie, allow me to introduce you to a friend in the neighborhood here. He's actually just about 10 miles from me. W3OH, his name's Dave. Go ahead, Carrie.
Well, good evening to you, Dave. Brian, does that mean that we could all be neighbors?
Yep, it will make it an AM community. How's that?
But does Dave fall under the same category where he would need a permission slip?
Where he would need a permission slip? Well, he likes hunting. He builds custom off-road Jeeps, and he enjoys camping, and apparently has fallen in love with AM, so... yes, you probably would require permission slips to visit my house or your house.
Well, that's awesome. He builds off-road Jeeps. My son had one for a while. He had a, what was it, a 79 CJ5.
Very nice. That's a very nice. I have a 99 CJ, highly modified.
And do you get her dirty?
Oh hell yeah! She's been on her side and upside down.
Nice. So it's not a mall crawler. That's awesome. We have a 1982 Dodge Ram Charger up on 44s.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, if you look me up on see what is that, Whiskey 3 Oscar Hotel. I think I have a picture of my Jeep up there where I'm sideways.
Nice. We'll get along swimmingly.
Yeah, I think Brian was writing my, if I were going to be on, what do they call it, Tinder? I think he was writing my Tinder page.
Oh, nice. That's very nice of you, Brian.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to describe his legs, though. They're kind of knotty and hairy.
Are you sure it was Tinder, not Twitch?
I don't know. When I think of Twitch, I think of, almost alcoholic comatism.
Yeah, I know. I'm just kidding. Oh, that's very cool, Dave. Yeah, we were having a discussion on here the other night, and Brian had never heard of the term. I don't know if you're familiar with the term, but what a mall crawler is?
Oh, absolutely. That's everyone in a Jeep JK, correct?
Yeah, you know, with the shiny rims and the, you know, they got the nice tires and everything on it, and they're all armor-alled, and, you know, they got the KC lights on there for looks, and they got, you know, got snorkels that have never seen water, you know, except for when it rains out. My son said they're rubber band tires.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Very familiar. My Jeep is of the type where I don't drive it to the off-road parks. She is a trailer queen.
Nice. See, that's good. I like that. Yeah, we live in southern New Jersey, so we're very fortunate to have a lot of places to ride out here, although they bust your chops, of course, so you gotta know how to slip in and slip out, you know. Yeah, just like Springsteen says, the swamps of Jersey. You know, we've been responsible for, you know, making a rut or two.
Yeah, very nice. One of these days I'm going to get Brian out there.
Oh, yeah, that should be fun.
Oh, boy.
That's not really fair, though. I mean, you have oh shit handles, right?
Oh, yeah, they have we got a full roll cage, off-road seats, and 5-point harness.
Yeah, you would have to be, you know, you'd have to be telling him what's coming up, because how the hell could he possibly prepare when you're about to, you know, launch it into a giant puddle or something?
He's just going to have to go by feel.
Although I will say this, he was brave enough to get in my race car with me. And where'd we go? Did we go to the liquor store, Brian? I don't remember. Did we go to the liquor store, or did we just go for a run?
We turned left out of the house and left again and out on a main road, and blurs of different colors, loud noises, and then left back into the neighborhood. Some guy that was raking and then dropped his rake, and then back in the driveway, and I crawled out of the car with wobbly legs like a newborn fawn.
See, so he has adventure in him, Dave.
Oh, I'm sure he does. We just need to get him out there. I think he'd enjoy it. He'd just have to get over the fact that he has to ride in a Ford F-350 dually diesel instead of that Chevy he has.
I'll ride in the Jeep on the trailer.
There you go.
I don't know if I told Dave or not, but when the hell was the last time you and I saw each other, Dave?
You know, Brian, I think the last time we saw each other was when I was driving past Mr. Tire there in Dunkirk in that Ford truck.
Was my daughter married?
Yeah, you know what, Brian? I'm going to take that back. We ran into each other at Home Depot. You were with your wife.
Oh, very cool. Yeah, that's right, in the parking lot there. That was just last year.
That's correct.
Well, my daughter was dating her fiance. I made him park his Ford truck next door.
You know, I think you told me that when I saw you at Home Depot.
All right. You two carry on, talk nice, don't get me in trouble, and Clark's hiding in here somewhere, Carrie. But I have to take a station preservation break. KB3WFE.
Okay, very good, Brian. Yeah, New Jersey to Connecticut. New Jersey to Connecticut. Are you there, Clark? That's a negative. No Clark. He probably went to go find some of those toasted almonds. He was talking about that earlier, and it reminded me that I had a stash of pistachios hidden So then I was eating them. Oh. So, you like wheeling? How about fishing? Do you like fishing, Dave?
I do, Carrie. Whiskey 3 Oscar Hotel here. Definitely. I live, well, I mean, if you're familiar with where Brian is, I'm right between the Patuxent River and the Chesapeake Bay, so it's either catfish or rockfish.
Nice. Fresh or salt? I don't do too much fresh, only because, I mean, we have lakes here, but, I mean, the bass in them, they're tiny. You know, there's no big game fish in the lakes around here. And we don't really have any good rivers, you know, freshwater rivers to speak of, not, you know, real close by anyway, but we're only about 10 miles away from, we're squeezed in between the Barnegat Bay, the big Barnegat Bay, and the ocean. So it just depends on the day what we feel like doing. We have a small boat. We downsized years ago. We used to have a big 28-foot Silverton. But, you know, the upkeep on that is just ridiculous. Although it had oodles and oodles of fishing room, which I loved. So now we just have a calls it a piece of crap. It's a good little boat. What's it, 21 foot? Something like that. You know what? My theory on it is, like, I like to go fishing, and I don't mind people coming with me, but if people get in my way when I have a fish on, I'm known for knocking them into the water because I get so excited. Ken just goes, get out of her way. Just get out of her way because she'll kill you. She'll knock you right in the water. So on a smaller boat, it's nice, you know, just me and Ken usually go out and maybe one other person or whatever. You get like 4 or 5 fishermen on there. People are mixing their tackle and, you know what I mean? They got tackle boxes everywhere. So I don't mind the smaller boat. It's, you know, it's only 21 foot, but of course it's powered by a 350, worked 350 Chevy engine. So she gets up and goes.
Don't mess with Carrie.
Oh, I'm not messing with Carrie. No, a 21-foot boat with a 350 Chevy engine on the back. Yeah, that's pretty good. I have a Grady White. It's a 22-foot, and I only have, I want to say it's 200 horsepower in that, which is probably a little low for that boat. That's a heavy boat. And you would love, I don't know if you've been out on the Chesapeake Bay rock fishing, but you would absolutely love, it sounds like you would love fishing for rockfish. We got just another day or two. May 1st, trophy rockfish season opens up, and yeah, you get 50-inch rockfish, you know, trolling, which is kind of fun.
I have never had occasion to fish down there, but I am definitely planning on, once all this crap is over. It actually messed us up. We would have been down there already, but with everything that happened, you know, can't really go anywhere. So, but I have full intentions of seeing what the Chesapeake Bay has to offer. We've fished on the rocks here at the Barnegat Lighthouse, you know, right in the inlet there. I've done, you know, catching black bass and stuff like that. So, well, you never know what you're going to catch in there, really, because we used to catch weak fish. You know, whatever's running through as the tide's going in and out. Some tautog, and they're fun. Drumfish. That's like pulling in a lead weight.
Yeah, it's pretty big. I would imagine, I guess, Kent, you're up in Connecticut? You're out there grabbing lobster?
Oh, that's Clark. Ken's my other half. Do you fish, Clark?
No.
Not even lobster, Clark?
Hell no.
Not a seafood fan.
Do you have a boat, Clark?
I do.
Well, yeah, what is the point of a boat if you don't fish? Really?
Oh my God, I'm a Pisces. That's like cannibalism.
Oh, all right. So let me ask this question, Clark. Hold on. If I came up to visit you and we went out on your boat, would you be opposed to me fishing?
Oh, absolutely not. Have a blast. It's just I don't have any point for it.
Okay, sweet. See, I'm going to make my rounds. I want to fish all over the place. Oh, yeah. Did you hear that, Clark?
No.
He said, since you're a Pisces, if we don't catch any fish, we can eat you.
Oh, good. Well, that's the second threat I've suspected from Kevin.
Yeah, he's just full of threats, isn't he? A little cannibalism, you know. What's a little cannibalism among friends?
Ominous, man, ominous.
Do you think we can get Brian on a boat?
I don't know. It's not really his gig, because we've talked about it. But he said he had plenty of friends. Maybe you were one of the people he was referring to. He said he had plenty of friends that had boats. I could live on the water. I really could. I enjoy fishing that much. And we've been talking about making our exit out of New Jersey in the next couple of years because, well, I don't think I really have to explain why you would want to leave New Jersey.
So are you fresh or saltwater fishing?
Yes.
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 Okay, without the little teleprompter in the background. Okay, very good.
You like my little echo I got going on here? I have not done a lot of freshwater fishing, but I'm not opposed to it. My thing about saltwater fishing is that there's a lot more that you, well, I guess maybe just because I would not eat any freshwater fish in New Jersey, I wouldn't trust it. But I've never really eaten. I love fish. I love eating fish. I love eating what I catch. So the saltwater gives you a lot more variety.
Yes, and I guess freshwater is sort of a... Oh, my.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, Dave, I am no trouble on a boat. Bait my own hook, reel in my own fish, and fillet my own catch.
Well, we just got to get Ken, Carrie, and Brian out on the boat. And Clark, if you make it down this way, I mean, it gets a little tight on a 22-foot, but I can do 5.
Hey, Dave.
Hey, Brian.
You're on that MD100 microphone?
I am.
Do you have the high emphasis switch turned on?
Now you're going to make me turn this thing over. All right, hold on, let me check. I don't think so, Brian. I think everything's off on the bottom.
I'm looking at the manual for it. Well, carry on. Yeah, fishing would be fun. It's been a while since I've been out on a boat.
Yep, you don't have to worry about me, Brian. I haven't hooked anybody yet.
There is nothing like fresh rockfish right out of the bay. I mean, the day you take it out, throw it on the grill, there's nothing like it.
Oh, yeah, there's nothing like fresh fish. Yeah. I caught like a 22-inch flounder. Fluke. Actually, it was a fluke. You know, eyes on the other side. And it had been laying on... I actually was at the local dock when I caught it. And it had been laying there for probably about, I don't know, an hour and a half, 2 hours. It was at nighttime. And I brought it home. And I went to fillet it. The damn thing was still alive. I couldn't believe it. I started cutting through it, and it started flopping all over the place. I'm going, Jesus, and Ken's just going, just finish it, finish it.
You're lying to me, Carrie. You hooked somebody.
Well, I hooked Ken.
How long did it take to reel that one in?
Dave, if you want, turn that main switch to on, which turns the filters on in the microphone, and that emphasis switch, turn that to on. So turn those two switches to on.
They are both on right now.
Alright, we'll see how that works here for a bit. How big's your boat, Dave?
It's a 22-foot Grady White, but it's a 1986, a little bit older. And the only reason why it's, as Carrie mentioned, there are a lot of maintenance, but I'm pretty handy around a boat.
Clark, what do you think about that pre-emphasis being on?
Leave it.
What about you, Carrie?
Sounds good here. And to answer your question, Clark, not long.
So you didn't have to work him and try different bait and stuff?
Nope. It's quite the other way.
How'd you get the hook out of his lip?
It's still there.
Oh, that's what that ornament is.
Yeah, and all this time you thought he had a lisp.
No, all this time I thought he had a lip ring.
Yeah, you thought those were earring holes.
He told me once, Clark, that the only person of it he's afraid of... Well, actually, he didn't tell me. He just said, you know who I'm afraid of.
That was a nice double. I heard you, Brian. What was that, Dave?
I said this is the most fun I've had on ham radio since I got my ticket in 2013.
Oh, we're just fun. That's that's Clark's middle name. Fun. I'm entertaining, but Clark is fun.
If you really want to have some fun, Dave, turn it on about 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon when Clark's into story time.
I'll have to try that.
So, what do you do for a living, Dave?
My occupation probably does not match my personality very well, but I work for the U.S. Department of Treasury.
Oh, nice. That's interesting. Yeah. Well, they're not far from Washington D.C. They're really not. Are you a bean counter?
By education, I am a bean counter, but I don't do any bean counting.
That's funny. I'm a bookkeeper. I'm the head bookkeeper for a local lumber company. They have 2 locations. They're not, super big like 84 or Home Depot or anything like that, but they keep me busy. I'm not quite sure how I wound up in the position that I'm in since I suck at math, but I've managed to keep them afloat for 13 years, so I must be doing something right.
I hated to write, so I went and I did the accounting thing, and now all I do is write.
Don't you hate how that happens? And then I accidentally, probably about 7 or 8 years ago, happened to let them in on a little secret that, I knew how to manipulate computers, so I'm also their IT department, too. Somehow I got sucked into that.
You scared me there for a second when you started to say you manipulate, and I thought the books were coming right after that, so I guess it's better that you're manipulating the computers than the books.
Now, would I tell a guy from the U.S. Treasury that I manipulated the books? Come on now.
So you're good with me. I'm not on that side of the house.
Oh, that's good. you got your neighbors. Yeah. Oh, man. Now, that's cool, though. I've never known anybody that works for the Treasury Department. I actually have a cousin lives down there. She lives in Dunkirk, I think it is. I think she lives in I think it's Dunkirk. I told Brian. I think that's where she is. But she She's like one of the people that runs the Holocaust Museum.
All right, I'm gonna jump in. I'll let some other. I feel like I'm keying up a lot here, but I am in Dunkirk, and my office, one of my offices, is right near the Holocaust Museum, which is one of the most impactful museums I've ever been through.
Yeah, it is on my bucket list. I have a lot of things I want to do, and imagine how easy it would be to do it if I lived in Maryland. That would just make it that much easier. But it's okay. See what Clark looks like. Clark's probably just eating peanuts or something. What are you doing, Clark?
I'm eating peanuts.
You know, you inspired me before because you guys were all on the radio talking, and I was listening while I was updating my QRZ page, which is going terrible, by the way. I have no idea what I'm doing wrong with it. I'm putting the pictures in there, and the pictures are winding up like they're huge. They're like taking up like the whole page. I just want them to be little pictures. I don't know what's going on with that. I gotta try and fix it, because right now I have a gigantic like 8x10 photo of my dog on there. It's not what I was trying to accomplish. So I have to fix that. But you inspired me and reminded me that I had a stash of pistachios, so I was chewing on them.
Well, those are a lot of work. Yeah, you got to click on the picture, and then when the dotted lines show up, just kind of drag the corner down, and you can resize it.
Oh, while it's in the edit?
Exactly.
Oh, thank goodness. Because, like, I'm like... Yeah, seriously, like, I love my dog and all, but I don't love her enough to be an 8x10 photo of her, you know, taking up the whole page.
Suitable for framing.
Yeah, exactly. And to think I do IT work and I can't work a web page, I don't know. It's not very user-friendly. They don't really get into detail about, you know, how to manipulate things there. So I appreciate the heads up on that.
Yeah, just to resize pictures, just click and drag. It's sort of like those the new advanced weather apps. Some of them are pay apps, the more expensive ones. So next time you see like stormy weather company coming, you can just open up the app, click on it, and drag the storms out to sea. It's great.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I figured, because I actually got another email from someone else the other day that was listening to me, and they were asking me questions regarding my TS440, which I have not operated in 10 years, and I said I really, really need to update my QRZ page.
Carrie and Clark, what is your station situation like? I've seen Brian.
You first, Clark.
I have a transmitter, a receiver, and an antenna. Oh yeah, and a microphone and a speaker. Well, anyway, I've talked long enough.
You're really, Clark? You're so funny. I'm using a Flex 5000 as an exciter receiver, and I have a Class E transmitter with a Class H modulator. The Class E transmitter Ken built for me 10 years ago now. I asked him for one, and he gave it to me as a Christmas present, so I'm super fortunate, super spoiled that, you know, I asked for something and he builds it for me. My engineer in the background all the time, and I'm using a center-fed dipole. It's only about 60 feet up in the air with it's got maybe 160 feet of ladder line on it, or at least it did. I don't know what the squirrels have chewed off, but that's the story here. KC2UFU, because I probably should do that more often, but I don't.
Yeah, you guys have very nice sounding stations. I've heard Clark many times before when I've flipped through 80 meters. His voice is very distinctive, along with Brian's.
Yeah, you don't mix Clark up with other people. He might mix people up with other people, but you can't miss him.
Yeah, and those other people are glad that I'm not mixed up with them.
Tell Dave what you're running. Stop
Sometimes
being
he
so
has a hard
silly.
time telling the difference between a guy and a girl.
What was that, Brian? I keyed with you.
I said Clark sometimes has trouble telling the difference between a guy and a girl.
Well, that's only when people are tricking him.
Yes, I got bamboozled.
I do not blame him.
That was a great night.
Not really.
Clark doesn't want to talk about it.
That's what's so great about it.
The important thing is that I forgave him. I forgive you. I forgave you, Clark. It was an innocent mistake.
No, the important thing is Ken forgave me.
Well, I think you put a little. Well, I mean, yeah, Ken's a big guy, and I guess he's a little scary, or whatever. But what you really have to remember is that Ken's married to me, and Ken is afraid of me. So when you put that in perspective, it's me you probably really don't want to get angry at.
Tell me again how Ken used to break his hands a lot.
Dave, to bring you up to speed here, one night one of the guys on the air was playing with a voice synthesizer and was getting on sounding very much like a lady. And Clark had left his station and gone to a friend's station, and when Clark got there, he wasn't aware of the fact that this guy had done this and was talking to Clark using Carrie's call sign. And Clark figured it was the guy being funny. And, well, it was actually Carrie talking to Clark, and Clark propositioned her several times before he finally realized he was really talking to Carrie.
Wow. All on the radio.
I imagine Clark's still turning red right about now.
No, I'm just chalking that up to one of many near-death experiences.
Oh, Clark, I don't like to hear when your voice gets like that. It wasn't that. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it all happened. Nobody recorded it. That's what Clark is glad about, is that nobody actually recorded it.
Well, you know, I remember I was over at Rob's house and I heard that thing going on. I was like, damn it, Bob's got that stupid voice synthesizer thing going on. You know what? I've had it. Here, watch this. You know, one of those here, hold my beer, watch this moments. So yeah, and I said, more of the stuff I was saying, like, so, hey baby, boy, you're sounding mighty sexy tonight. What are you wearing? And meanwhile, Rob, N1ALF, whose station I was on, is looking at me. He was ashen. He was absolutely ashen in the face. And I'm looking at him, it's like, what's wrong with you? And he's like, that's not Bob, that's Carrie. It's like, no, it's not. That's Bob and his stupid voice synthesizer. I went on and on and on, and Rob is completely freaking out. The key, and then you said something very Carrie-like, and Rob said, see, I told you. And at that point, I couldn't dig a hole in the ground fast enough. And one BCG. Glad you all enjoyed that.
Oh, it was great. And I heard W9WOO. Lots of static crashes and noise here on this side, but W9WOO, good evening, KB3WFE. Where'd he go?
Yeah, I was waiting. I'm like, I didn't want to say anything. I didn't see him.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything either, Brian.
He must have been talking to a station in Helsinki, not us.
Have to remember my manners.
I might have heard him from 85. I had the filters open a little wide, so my apologies.
I like to talk a lot.
Yeah, and that's going to be leveraged on Saturday night at 7 for Ladies' Night.
Oh, I don't know. Can we call it Ladies' Night? There seems to be an issue.
I was going to bring my wife down here and let her talk.
Nice.
She can talk as long
Awesome.
as you're
Good
there.
idea. Bring her down there, and, no pressure on her, but I'm telling you, you'd be like, oh, just sit down and listen or whatever. Don't worry. I'll do the work. I'll drag her in.
She can operate your station, Dave, so long as you're there.
Oh, yeah. I will try and get her down here. I'm sure she'll bring her beverage of choice. Yeah, Ryan has had a renewed interest in the radio, so he worked the Florida QSO party quite a bit last weekend. He definitely had fun. So, yeah, we'll let her go at it.
Oh, there you go. Have you shown Ryan FT8 yet?
No, I haven't, but as I mentioned to you when I was flipping through 80 meters the other day, he's like, hey, that's Brian. I was like, wow, you're right, that is Brian. I mean, he must have only been 13 or 14 when he heard your voice before.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen the kids and the wife. We came over that one evening, I guess because we were checking out your garage, which I still haven't built, by the way.
Well, you have a pretty big garage there in Upper Marlboro.
Yeah, but you can't spread a project out all over the floor and have it still be there 30 days later.
Oh, you haven't seen Ken's project.
No, he's talking about doing my projects up there at the shop. I've tried that crap. It's amazing how fast all of a sudden somebody else needs that lift.
Yeah, I know. That's just the way it is. It's like when Ken, he's in well, I don't know what stage he's in. I have a frame. I have a Ram Charger frame, and then the other Ram Charger, we took the body, we took the body off the frame because the frame was good on that and the body was crappy. I have a good body, but that's down at my son's house, down the road or whatever, and he put the lift in it and everything else. The frame's pretty much ready to go, so now we've got to put the body on it and do all that other stuff. But then, of course, he starts a project with the Camaro, and the frame of the Ram Charger is in front of the doors of the garage, and so on and so forth. So, we play like musical vehicles, moving stuff around all the place. At one point, Dave, we actually had, I don't think we do now because my one son's moved out, but we had 16 running vehicles here, and we're literally on a postage stamp as far as property goes.
Just checked out your page. That looks like a Monte Carlo. That looks nice. And I noticed on your page you have a rockfish on there.
I put a straight bass up there. Is that a rockfish?
Yeah, I forgot. Down here in southern Maryland, we call that a rockfish. That's a striped bass.
Oh, yes. Yes, okay. Now we are talking. Yeah, I chase them everywhere.
Excellent fish. Gonna have to go out on the bay to get some.
I will go wherever they are. I will go to the bay, I will go to the ocean, I will go to the moon and back. Because there is nothing like striped bass. And you're right. You catch them, you fillet them, and you grill them. Oh my Lord.
We'll have to put an HF rig on the boat for Clark.
Yeah, Clark, you could do ship to shore.
Yeah, that's what HF is for, all right.
Hey, if Steve can do it in his mobile, why can't we do it on a boat?
Exactly.
Why not, right? You could do play-by-plays. You'd be like, and there goes KC2 UFU, and she's reeling.
You know, on the bay we have Redneck Ingenuity down here. We run planer boards, so we run boards out 100 yards on each side of the boat, so we can run about, I only run about 5 lines on each side, so I get 10 lines out on the planer boards and 2 out the back, so you got 12 lines running.
Nice. How's the depth in your bay? You have some nice holes in there, or?
I'm sorry, what's that? Oh, the depth of the bay?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, most of the way out to the channel is going to be anywhere between 20 and 35, and then you get to the channel and it'll drop down to below 150.
Nice. There's always good things hiding at the bottom, you know.
There's 2 main shipping channels, so the ocean liners can come in off the ocean and go up to the Port of Baltimore.
Nice. See, our inlet only dips down to, because we mostly have the commercial fishing boats that come through, and the party boats and stuff like that. So I think the deepest part of our bay that I've seen anyway is probably about 50-55 feet in the inlet.
No, it's pretty deep. They'll bring freighters up to the Port of Baltimore near Fort McHenry, and there's 1 or 2 cruise liners up there that's moored there. So it's wild. You stand out here in front of the house late at night, like tonight, and you'll hear them churning by. You'll hear the diesels pushing them down the bay. And they actually have bay pilots, Kerry. They board the ships way down southern end of the bay and pilot them up to the harbor. They have to stop south of the Bay Bridge to be inspected by the Navy, I think, is who's doing the inspections before they can go into the harbor. But it's pretty cool. You see some pretty wild stuff on it.
Yeah. Well, the biggest problem I have with Hurricane or whatever, Superstorm Sandy or whatever, really effed our bay up pretty bad, and they had to remark all the channels, and they had to do a lot. They're still dredging all over the place because everything is nothing is what it used to be. So like some parts of the channel to get out to the inlet and stuff like that are barely wide enough for 2 decent sized boats to get through. So the one thing that drives me crazy about our bay is it's great in the summertime if you go like on a weekday or something like that when all the visitors are not here driving like a-holes, but you can't go out and enjoy it on a weekend because it's like mass hysteria out there.
Yeah, not much different here. Just a little more space.
Yeah, I pulled up a map. I was looking at the Chesapeake Bay. That's a pretty nice sized area there.
It is a big amount of water, and the tricky thing around Chesapeake Bay is when they say small craft advisory, they mean small craft advisory. Get a lot of people who go out and get into trouble, and definitely a lot of deaths on that bay. People not paying attention to the conditions. They can get really, really nasty quick out there.
Oh yeah, well with any large body of water. I've seen I I've never been up to the Great Lakes, but I've seen, you know, like YouTube or video footage or whatever of what those lakes can turn into. Like they have their own tides and everything else. It's amazing how snotty they can get, and it's not much different here. The bay can get really nasty. You pull up the Barnegat Bay, and you see it's long, but it's not real wide. You know, I mean, some spots are better than others, but it's not really that wide. So, you know, and you're pretty much stuck going through the markers most of the time because you have, you know, sandbars everywhere. So you got to be, you know, you got to be careful. We watch them all the time. You know, we'll be sitting there, we'll be fishing by the sedge banks or something like that, and you know, kind of tucked away. And we're just kind of like people watching people on boats. You know, they got like 16 people on a 22-foot boat or whatever, and they're flying across the bay, not paying attention to the buoys or the markers or anything else. And the next thing you know, they're going do, and here, you're like, yep, they're stuck.
Yeah, I've had to use the air horn on the bay many times, and I won't go out on the bay without radar. We'll go out a lot of times in the morning, it's really foggy, and people are just flying around, you can't even see anything.
Yeah. Well, that just goes to prove there's idiots everywhere. We have what did I get? I have a Garmin GPS. It wasn't like super expensive, and you know, it's okay. It leaves a lot to be desired, but it works for what we need it for. You know, because God forbid you get the fog rolling in or something like that, and you're halfway across the bay and not close to home, and you can't see your channel markers anymore. You know, at least you have that. You can always get back to port.
Well, I agree. I probably have more electronics on my boat, more value in electronics on my boat than the boat is worth.
Yeah, it kind of happens that way. We, unfortunately, were robbed, and when we had the bigger boat, we had it in dry storage, and over the season or whatever, we had a dry storage. We didn't go to the boat in probably it had been at least 2 years. So at some point within that 2 years, when it was dry docked, somebody had broke in, and they stole everything. They stole all of our 6.0s, all of our... why we even left them on there, I don't know. It was just like one of those things. You figured it was safe. It's up on dry dock. Who's going to break in there? You're in a marina. And we lost some really, really irreplaceable stuff, including all of our electronics. So we basically, when we got this boat, we had to start all over again. You're talking about, you know, more than 30 or 40 years worth of stuff, because Ken had stuff that was passed down from his dad that we had also, and everything was gone, completely wiped out.
Yeah, that's terrible. I have a lot of hatred for thieves. So I can't stand it.
Yeah, and the worst part is the marina wanted no part of it. It was a mess. Not good times. But in the last couple of years, we're slowly collecting this and that, and now you got all cool stuff, like you got Craigslist and, you know, Let Go and all those places, so sometimes you can get some really good deals on stuff. But anyway, I think I probably bored Clark to death. I don't know. Are you still here, Clark? I'm sorry. I'm just chatting away here. Yep, I killed him. Go ahead, Brian. From KC2 UFU, monopolizing the frequency, because I just do that on accident.
I'm just enjoying listening to another AM station in the county that I live in. Do you know how long that's been? How long I've been on AM with all alone down here? by myself.
Go ahead, sing it, Brian.
Huh? Say what?
I said sing it all by myself.
It isn't easy being green.
Exactly. Well, hopefully Dave's enjoying our company, and he will frequent the frequency more often. What do you say, Dave?
Well, Brian probably knows me from the day I got my ticket. Brian has been one of the guys who's helped me out quite tremendously in this hobby. So he probably could tell you that, yeah, I can be pretty active when I'm in my radio mood. So I think you're going to hear probably more of me than you probably want to, especially if my radio is sounding pretty good. And yeah, oh yeah, this, like I said, it's the most fun I've had on ham radio in a long time.
Well, good. That's what we like to hear. Yeah, I just pulled your page up. See your Jeep sideways. That's awesome.
That's in Gore, Virginia, the place where they hold big dogs, if you've ever heard that.
Yes, we have good friends of ours. They haven't been on the radio in a long time, but they have I guess they're the Jeep Cherokees or whatever, but they're like the real crawlers, like completely, like they look like everything is independent, like everything, like one tire will go up to one side and the other tire will drop down and do all this. I've seen them do some crazy stuff with that thing.
Yeah, the Jeeping is how I initially got into the hobby. I don't know, my uncle talked to me. He was is a ham radio operator, and talked me into get my ticket. There were definitely a lot of people out there in Jeeps with ham radio equipment. Of course, nobody in my club does, but it got me into the hobby, and I've pretty much been hooked ever since. I've got a few hobbies, so I tend to switch back and forth, and I'm usually all in when I'm in on one of my hobbies.
Yeah, well, I mean, just like anything else, it's, everybody's more active on AM in the winter, obviously, because the summer conditions are, generally crappy. It depends on when you decide to slide in here. Every once in a while, you can get in if there's not too many thunderstorms or stuff going on or whatever, but also summertime it's for, jeeping and fishing and barbecuing and doing outdoor stuff. So I'm not quite as active in the summer with ham radio as we are in the winter and spring. Of course, with this quarantine going on, I'm working from home, so I get to play radio all the time, right, Bri?
Quarantinis.
And drink quarantinis. I even got permission from my boss. I said to her, is it okay if I drink on the job?
That's an interesting business insurance conundrum.
Well, as long as I'm home.
Oh, man. Well, that is a benefit.
She was fine with it. She said, as long as my numbers aren't transposed, she's good.
There you go. Oh, I never thought about that. Maybe I can telecommute.
There you go. I think you can do just as a good job if you put some good video cameras in there and a couple of PAs in there. I think you could totally run your shop. Yeah, I mean, right now, you're in the office. I mean, why can't you be in your shack and just watch everything they're doing? And every time they do something wrong, you just, key up on the PA and yell at them. What would be the difference?
Be careful, the airlines are going to start catching on to that concept and have pilots working from home.
flying their drone 747s. Well, I can see that, you know. I can be like the wall of the video wall in Back to the Future where the Chinese boss calls up and chews out Michael J. Fox. I'll just have all these screens all over the place and just pop up. Hey, knock that off!
Hey, Clark, don't pilots have a high rate, commercial airline pilots have a high rate of alcoholism?
Absolutely. Can you imagine dealing with all those passengers complaining about this and complaining about that? So, probably the best thing to do is just operate the aircraft from your house. Ladies and gentlemen, it's your captain speaking from the flight deck at my house. How's everything going up there? I would like to ask you at this time to please refrain from streaming any movies or other videos or any other high bandwidth items. It is interfering with the control function of the aircraft. Thank you very much. Sorry for the inconvenience. Anyway, enjoy the rest of the flight, and I wish you and us collectively a very safe arrival.
And now I'll do my 2 more shots of scotch.
And suddenly you hear the pilot's wife in the background, honey, here's your scotch. And then the pilot has to turn to the grandson. No grandson, don't touch that control right now.
Yeah, their 3-year-old gets a hold of the joystick. Yeah! Look, I'm flying.
I live close enough to Andrews Air Force Base, so we have a few pilots here in the neighborhood. I believe they're flying C-40s. So it's one of the most boring things they have to do are these long flights because they really don't do a whole lot.
Yeah, we're right outside of it's called the Warren Grove bombing range, and we're not that far from Fort Dix. So by air anyway. So we always get the pleasure of the, especially they seem to love to do it. We're right in the flight pattern for the big planes. I don't know what they are, but we also get the fighter jets doing maneuvers at like 11, 12 o'clock at night. And you know they're up there somewhere, and you know by the time you even tried to look, you wouldn't even see them. You're just hearing their afterburners. But sometimes they can rattle the house.
Yeah, that's not to say those guys aren't good at what they do. It's just, I think they get in these 8-hour flights, and other than takeoff and landing, I mean, the plane is flying itself.
See? So what would be the difference, Clark?
Passenger perception.
Yeah, the whole old adage that if you're on the flight, you're going down with me type attitude.
Yeah, well, I mean, if the pilot's at his house and you're up in the aluminum tube in the sky, you don't have that feeling of camaraderie that you would otherwise.
Yeah, well, I've had a couple pilots over the years. That the last one, when we were coming back for work, we were coming back from Las Vegas, and he had to be, he must have been from like California or some really just upbeat, like surfery type place or whatever, because we hit some pretty decent turbulence coming back about maybe 3 hours into the flight, and he kept like coming on the loudspeaker and like warning us and like joking around and everything else. Well, when we finally land, he's standing there, and of course he's got like long blonde hair. He looks like he just came off the beach or whatever, and he's like, "Woo, that was fun, wasn't it?"
They're up there just shaking that control yoke. There is no turbulence. That's just them clowning around.
Yeah. Have you ever been in a plane and
I knew it all the
struck by
time. It's
lightning?
just them screwing with everybody.
I'm sorry, Brian. Go ahead.
Ow. You're starting to give me a complex.
I'm such a bully.
Band bully.
I am window queen. I can't help it. I'm sorry.
I don't know what we're going to do.
Anyway, anyone else? Anyone else out here? This is KC2UFU for identification. Wondering if anybody else finds me as entertaining as everyone who's managed to stick here.
I'm entertained. Whiskey 3 Oscar Hotel. Although I do need to run upstairs and grab another beverage or two. I'll be back. Whiskey 3 Oscar Hotel.
It's refill time!
It's like Whiskey 3. Oh!
Yeah, because he keeps having to say whiskey.
Pretty cool CW call.
Yeah, it is. You guys weren't here the other night. Everybody had left or whatever when I was talking to the last guy when I was trying to get off, and he double, triple, quadruple checked my call sign because he was just having a really hard time believing, and he didn't want to say the wrong thing, I guess, or whatever, that he was just having a really hard time with the FU.
People aren't accustomed to FU on the air.
What's the problem? The FCC gave it to you.
Oh, there was no problem. He just didn't want to insult me or say it wrong, like how dare you, you know? He didn't know. Not that it, you know, he obviously didn't know me. It's very difficult to insult me.
You're an Italian, Irish, Jersey girl. I can see that being a challenge.
Yeah, my skin's pretty thick. You really have to do something to get me hopping. But I wouldn't want to be you when you did it.
Wow, thin line there, huh?
Yeah, when it goes over, you know what I mean? Think of it like a meter, you know what I mean? You have like just to that, you get to that middle line, or think of a radiator, you know, and you're watching the heat go up, you know, and you come up to temperature, and everything's good, we're up to temperature, but you start pushing it over the other side there, and then, well, you all know what happens when you overheat your car.
Kind of like driving fast on a windy mountain road. There's just so little between the edge of your tire and that 500-foot ravine.
Yep. But I can't say that there's not too many people that could get me over to that level. So hopefully no one ever has to witness that, because I'd probably be banned from AM.
That right there sounds like a packaged threat now, doesn't it?
Is it, though?
Yeah, it came across as kind of a warning shot, just disguised with just mild conversation.
Did you feel the breeze, like, over your left ear?
It was more like a chill in the spine.
Yeah, well, you know. You don't get like this, you know, you don't get through raising 3 boys plus Ken, so that's 4 boys, you know, and come out completely sane. It's just not, it's not possible.
I'm back with the best thing that ever came out of Rehoboth Beach, Delaware.
Oh yeah, you brought something back to the local brewery?
You can get them pretty easily around here, Brian. It's the Dogfish Head.
Yeah, very cool. There's a lot of microbreweries around here that do real well.
Yeah, it seems to be like a new fad here in New Jersey. They're popping up all over.
Yeah, it's funny, if you listen to the beer industry as a whole, they say the major brands are losing market share, that Americans aren't drinking beer. They tend to ignore the craft brewery companies. My son and his friends are into it. There's a store down here in southern Maryland that allows you to go in and pick singles and mix and match your own 6-packs, and they'll go in there and pick all the microbrewery stuff.
Yeah, I can't say I'm not a fan of beer, but seems like people really enjoy the microbreweries. And actually, the big ticket, the Budweiser and all them or whatever, they've got a couple suits against the and the big liquor stores. They've got some, they've really been trying to push legislation against the microbreweries. At least here in New Jersey. I don't know if it's happening everywhere, but they've really been making a stink about them.
Gary, you in New Jersey, do you have ABC liquor stores and specific places where you get beer like they do in Pennsylvania?
We have like brick and mortar liquor stores. You can't buy any alcohol at a supermarket or anything else like that. It's all brick and mortar stores like Buy Right and all the different chains that are out there. There's no state liquor store or anything like that. It's just there's a liquor store every like 5 miles. I think that's normal anywhere, but unfortunately you can't like go into ShopRite and pick up your 12-pack while you're getting your meatloaf.
Yeah, okay. In Pennsylvania, it is kind of tricky. You have to go to a beer distributor or an ABC liquor store, I believe. It's not that easy. I know in Maryland, actually, recently put in some new security measures because I think the liquor stores are closed down in Pennsylvania, so they were coming across the border to Maryland to get their beer and liquor. So so the only crazy thing in New Jersey is I can't stop and load up the gas in my own vehicle. I have to pay someone else to do it, right?
Correct. Jersey girls don't pump gas.
That's a pretty good idea, in my opinion.
Oh, I think so. I couldn't imagine. I know some real dips out there. I can't imagine the things that happen. I'm sure they're everywhere. Like, I don't have a problem pumping my own gas. It doesn't bother me. You know what I mean? Like, if I go across the state border, I just have to remember. I'm sitting there for a second, and then I'm like, oh crap, that's right. I gotta get out of my car and pump my own gas. All right. It doesn't bother me to do it, but since I don't have to, why bother? I feel more secure that somebody who's a trained, what do I call them, petroleum transfer technician does the pumping of the gas.
Carrie, I highly doubt that you would put diesel in your gas vehicle.
Oh, no. I know way better than that. Hello, green, hello.
Well, down here they've gotten so dumb they have to make the diesel nozzles bigger.
Are you serious? Like the color doesn't tip them off?
Hey, I've fixed 2 or 3 cars like that.
Yeah. Man, that must... Oh, what does that do to the engine? That's gotta be bad.
They don't run, but the tanks have got to be flushed out. The fuel system has to be flushed out and hope that you don't screw up the injectors.
Yeah, I can't imagine putting pure gas into a modern diesel, Brian. I mean, just to replace injectors in a modern diesel is a small fortune.
Yeah, we've seen them both ways. The gas engines don't run very well. And the diesel engines, well, usually you can tell right away. You fire them things up and they make a hell of a racket. And if you're smart and don't go, well, gee, let me hit it another 30 times, maybe it'll stop. They'll survive. And then it's just a matter of flushing draining the tanks out and flushing the tanks and replacing filters. And rebleeding the diesel injection system. The gasolines are a little easier, so long as it hasn't. It depends, If usually the last one I did, they noticed it as soon as they hung up the pump. They didn't even bother starting it. They just picked it up and towed it to us.
yeah, I would imagine that's the best case scenario. Just got to get it out of the tank, and I would imagine if they didn't turn it on, you probably wouldn't even need to worry about the fuel lines.
Yeah, that one we didn't have to.
I guess that would be the only strange thing is you can't pump your own gas here, but other than that, and, you know, they like to murder you with taxes.
That's why the Jersey state flag most resembles the American Express card.
That's correct.
That's funny.
And the state bird is the mosquito.
Jersey state flag, and pull your Amex out of the wallet and look at them.
Yeah, you knocked yourself off a little bit, Brian. You're down like 2 kc. Yeah, and the Jersey state bird is the mosquito.
Are you kidding me?
And the state tree is light post, concrete light post.
That's right. But only if you're in Newark.
Hey, I've visited the best of Newark.
Oh yeah, from your description, you were definitely in the, you weren't even in the brick district. The brick district is okay, but you were not anywhere you needed to be. Kenny's got a funny story for you. I have to tell it to you one time. About, you know how we were always going and buying cars. We were hunting for a Lincoln. And we were having trouble finding one after mine got wrecked by some, what the hell was it? I don't know, a Kia or something like that or whatever. Hit it at 45 miles an hour when it was at a complete stop. And, you know, it dented the car up enough that I couldn't use it. The Kia was destroyed. But, so we were on the hunt to try and find, you know, a used Lincoln. And we wound up in South Philly going to check out this car. And what shady dealings that was.
I like Dave's car. He has cameras in it where you can set it, then he can share the experience with whoever. I wish I had him when I went through Newark.
Yeah, what a dash cam. I have a dash cam. I haven't stuck it in my car. I probably should. Or maybe I shouldn't, because then I kind of really know why the brakes go on it all the time.
Yeah, after being hit multiple times on the Capitol Beltway here and around D.C. and fist fights on the side of the street, or the side of the Beltway, yeah, dash cams are mandatory for me.
Oh, that Beltway. Oh, I avoid that thing at all. I don't care where I'm traveling to. I always go around it.
Well, this time when you come down, I'll give you directions so you come right down and you'll be 10 minutes from Dave's and 20 minutes from my place.
See, that works. Yeah. I don't like that Beltway at all. That's like... and that's pretty bad coming from somebody who lives in Jersey and drives on the Garden State Parkway all the time.
Yeah, the Beltway is a breeze compared to the Turnpike. I don't know what your girl's problems are.
Yeah, that Turnpike. Oop. My technician's in here. My engineer. Is that better? Hello, hello. Look better? Okay. And I'm going ahead.
Sounds good to me.
Well, I don't want to get that, you know, wide load sign tacked onto my caboose.
Does this mic make my ass look wide?
Yeah. Does this signal make my butt look wide?
Dave, how come it sounded so much more elegant when she said it?
It always does when she says it. I'm sitting here wondering why my SDR plate just stopped working.
Uh-oh. Welcome to the world of AMRF.
Did I burn it up?
No, but if there's weaknesses in the system, because it's a continuous duty. When you key up, there's energy being radiated, and if there's any weaknesses or any RF in the antenna system or anything, you'll find it operating AM.
You mean like half of my 80 meter dipole hanging on the ground?
Yeah,
get that
when you
fixed.
go in the house, the wife will tell you the lights have been blinking on and off, and the stove keeps beeping, and the clock radio comes on.
Yeah, get that thing back up there, Dave.
Yeah, I'll work on that tomorrow, although it might be raining tomorrow. The worst was for a little while there, my oldest son, he's 22. He's getting ready to go into the Navy as an officer. And whenever I would key up on sideband 40 meter with close to 1,000 watts, I would turn off his PlayStation 4. Man, that would drive him nuts.
You were just trying to tell him it was time to move out.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure my son's cursing me 10 ways to Sunday right now, because I'm sure he's up there gaming, and I'm sure I'm going through his headset. I come out through the heater. You can hear me in the vents. You can hear me in the, we have that, what is that, the call system? The call system upstairs. It comes out of there. The intercom? Yeah. I'm all over the house. They're always getting upset. Oh, well, I'm glad to hear your son's, oh, yeah, yep, see, here he comes. Here goes one of them, complaining. He's going into the Navy. He's going to be a Navy boy. That's awesome. You tell him thank you for his service from me.
I will do so. He's right around the corner, gaming as we speak.
Yeah, I got a 24-year-old son, a 21-year-old son, and a 19-year-old son.
Okay, yeah, we're pretty similar. 22 and 18 here.
That spacing, I'm telling you, I don't know what I was thinking.
I know what I was thinking.
Oh, well, that's beyond obvious.
Hey, at least he's honest.
Like
even if he lied, I'd still know what he was thinking.
We're talking about that song again, Carrie.
Hey, I consider myself a seasoned veteran. If I made it through, and the kids have made it through this far, life is war. I mean, day-to-day battles. It's, you're getting flack from all ends all the time. But they won't dare, Oh, what? Garrett is 19. Oh, boy. Oh, Brandon just caught up with the rest of the world.
I stepped on a pop. Well, I used to tell mine that the doctors made me take them home from the hospital, and the governor said I had to take care of them until they were 18.
I know. See, that's why I'm getting the raw end of the deal here, because I'm still taking care of them. I'm a good son. You are an excellent son. You are by far the most challenging. I think it's the blonde hair. I don't know. Oh, yeah, you're not challenging. Even Brian knows you're challenging, because he's been talking to you.
I think the band's going away, Carrie.
Ah, crap. Well, it was fun while it lasted. Oh, probably I wasn't talking directly into the mic either. I had my head turned. But, yeah, we probably should get while the getting's good. I gotta go fix my QRZ page, because I'm sure, as Dave saw, there's a giant 8x10 photo of my pit bull.
Yeah, it's a good pick. I need to update my pictures, too. That Jeep picture's been up there for a long time.
Yeah, well, Clark gave me the secret formula now, so now I can actually make it right. I updated mine today, Dave, and I hadn't done it in 10 years. So my kids, there was, pictures of my boys and everything, and they were all young. And I had, the wrong equipment on there and everything else. I was like, yeah, it's time. Gotta do it. So I guess I better get back to that, finish that up. Otherwise, I won't do it for another 7, 8, 9, 10, 50 years or whatever. But it's been a pleasure talking to you, Dave. I hope you're going to be out there if it's not raining tomorrow, fixing that 80-meter dipole. I mean, you've been consistently 20 over S9 all night. So you sound great now, and I bet you it'll get even better. You get that antenna up. So glad to make your acquaintance, and hopefully we'll be hearing from you a lot more often. And don't get discouraged if you come in here and there's 50 numbnuts keying up all over each other, because that happens sometimes too. It's all good. We work it all out. It all comes out in the wash, right, Bri?
One way or another.
Yeah, we just moved to another frequency.
Talking to you tonight, and I will definitely be around, and hopefully I can talk the wife into coming down here on Saturday. I'll give her a glass of wine, and I'm sure she'll be, I could probably talk her into coming down here. So yeah, I had a great time. Thank you for helping me out on AM here, Brian. I really appreciate it. Definitely enjoying it. So I am sure I will be around.
Yeah, no problem, Dave. And 985 is on now if you want for a bit, or we can stay here if you want for a bit, or what have you. But Carrie, if you're taking off, good evening, and it's been fun as always. And good night to Clark. Clark's going to bed in there. This is KB3WFV.
No, Clark's he's sawing wood by now. So, alright, Brian. Have a good one. Fun as always. I'm gonna go get a couple things done, and then don't want to wear my presence out on the air, People will get bored of me. Get that wife on here, Dave. Lisa's gonna be on here, and a whole other host of YLs and XYLs. So, don't know how it's going to go. It's almost like a maiden voyage here. So, it should be interesting to say the least. It's just the challenge is going to be keeping you boys in the background.
I'm putting my feet up on the desk, and I'm grabbing my bottle of adult beverage so I don't have to bother her. And, I'm going to sit back and enjoy the show. I might even go pick up some popcorn, although I did get ice cream sandwiches today, so maybe I'll do that. I even told her I think we're going to order from one of our favorite restaurants and get some decent food, some carry-out food for a change, and that way she doesn't even have to bother cooking. So, see that, Carrie? I'm covering all the bases.
Well, there you go. And nice recovery.
Damn it, you're a woman, you noticed.
Of course I did. Let that stuff slide. Come on now. All right, guys. It's been a pleasure. I will talk to you all soon. This is KC2 UFU, saying 7-3 for now.
See ya.
Yeah, have a good one, Carrie. All right, Brian. Wow, Brian, the band really teased. You're even starting to break up a little bit. Am I breaking up on your end?
You getting, distortion?
A little bit of up and down the propagation.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I mean, according to this said, you're only 7.8 miles off to my west-northwest, so it'll be interesting to see what happens when the band stretches really long if you and I can still hear each other.
Yeah, I was wondering about that since we're so close. Yeah, I guess I'll try and get that line back up in my antenna, because I know my tuner is. I'm on some freaky numbers on the tuner to get it tuned up.
Yeah, it's probably not happy with it. Yeah, you think of it as voice peaks and sideband, you know, with every pause in words or inflections or changes in words, you can see the power levels go up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. So the average power across that tuner and that antenna could be just a couple of 100 watts with a 1,000-watt amplifier peaking at 800 or 900 watts. On AM, you got a 100-watt carry on it all the time, and you forward modulated. It's probably peaking up. What's it peaking up at to on your meter there? 400, 500, 600.
Oh, I'm not. Oh, wow. Yeah, you're right, Brian. I didn't even look at that. Yeah, I'm peaking at 500, 600, 800.
I think you got it dialed in pretty well then. The only thing you're gonna want to do is keep an eye on the tubes in that amplifier. Make sure things aren't getting too warm. But now you know why stuff like the SDR quits playing, and because it's a whole lot more power. Your average is probably closer to 400 or 500 now. So it's definitely a heavy duty mode. And like I said in one of my emails there, if you focus on the details, it improves the rest of the station. At least that's been my experience on it. Because it's not as forgiving as, you know, taking a sideband station and feeding a wet noodle for an antenna and putting ridiculous inductance or capacitance on an antenna circuit to get it to tune. That doesn't play well when you're operating AM.
I've been keeping an eye on the amplifier for sure. It is fairly warm, but most of my conversations have been pretty short, so I probably just need to keep them that way.
Yep. And you can play with it, Dave. I'd get that antenna squared away first and get your tuning situation happier, and then you can try bringing the drive up out of the radio a little bit more. I don't think I'd go much more than 200 watts on that amp, though. What's it have for finals, do you know?
The amplifier?
Yeah, what tube is it?
Oh, Brian, it's the 3500, is that right?
3500Z?
Yeah, it's just one of them.
Yeah, I think I'd leave it right where you got it at, Dave, and let it ride. It sounds pretty good. Yeah, it's just it's your typical commercial radio communications audio, but yeah, you're legible, it's clear. Carrie heard you, Clark heard you, and others, and you know, as time goes on, you feel like you can pick up different rigs or play with different setups and get even bigger and badder with it, you know?
Yeah, I think that would be interesting to check out the different rigs. You know, I don't know how I sound to you guys compared to, like, I mean, Clark obviously has a really nice station. You have a nice station. I mean, you guys really have that full, rich sound coming in. I don't know what I sound like at the moment.
Yep. Clark is an audio professional, so, and an electronics wizard, and he does have a very, very good sound on his station there. And there's several people here on this frequency that are broadcast engineers, so including Clark. So they've run radio stations, so they know a lot of ins and outs and tricks of the trade there, and are very, very good at it. And me, I kind of fumble around until I find something that seems okay, and then leave it alone.
Yeah, I remember when I was there looking at your station, and that was the first time I'd heard AM, and I was pretty impressed. You're using an a Deep Kit SD200 as your amp, right?
Go look at my QRZ page and tell me if that's how you remember seeing the station.
Yeah, that's how I remember seeing it.
Okay, the rig that I'm on is all the way over on the left-hand side with the green lit up meters. Class E transmitter all the way on the left, just behind the front panel for the PS480. Are they green or are they white? There's two boxes that are essentially copying each other, and they've got 8 meters on it and 7 meters on it. They're digital. They may be white.
Yeah, I see that. I don't think that's what you were on when I was there.
Yeah, that's the Class E transmitter, all the way to the left-hand side there, and that's what I'm on right now. It's basically a modulator, and the modulator is driving the RF deck, and I have a Pro 3, so that picture's a little old. I have an Icon Pro 3 that generates an oscillation or the RF signal frequency for the E-rig. And the audio is coming straight off the modulator. The bottom 4 meters is the modulator, and the upper 3 meters is the RF deck. And then the Pro 3 is just used as an exciter and a receiver. So that's what I'm using now.
Okay, yeah, I think that's, I don't remember that. I thought, yeah, when I was there, I thought you were using the
Yeah, when you were here, you may have seen the FT101 and the SP220, blackface SP220 amplifier. I think the FT101 was here. It may have been just the PS440. But I have the FT101 and I have the Heathkit SP220 that I've used in the past before too.
Yeah, that was probably what I saw. Yeah, that FT101E, I think that is. That could be. I think they're readily available at a pretty decent price. Of course, I have no idea the quality of the equipment at this point.
Yeah, do some research on it, Dave. You'll find lots of information on them. The one that I have here is a very simple mod in it, and it can be switched back or forth between front mic input and rear audio input, and it has a good sound to it. They're a little tricky not tricky, I shouldn't say tricky. It's old school. It's a manual VFO, not digitalized, it's just an analog dial. And there's a carrier level that you gotta watch, and the tuning of the rig you got, because you're peaking in tune, load and tune like you have, or plate and tune like you have there on the amp. You gotta do with the 101 because it's two finals in it.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, well, I've never even used a rig like that. It might be kind of fun to try that, just to experience it. But, I'll play around a little bit with this. I mean, this is definitely fun. It definitely piqued my interest more so than anything else I've been experiencing lately on sideband. And Ryan has definitely been into it lately, so I'm really still trying to get him to get his ticket.
Sign him up for ham test online. Turn him on to FT8. These kids love computers now. And he'll sit there and play with FT8 for hours, making contacts all over the world. And then he'll start to wonder about making contacts with phone or CW, and he'll come into it.
Yeah, I'll have to check out the FT8. I know Bob, MGTPH, and Dave, and others are really into that. I've never done it, but maybe he would be into that.
I have it here. I don't use it a lot. I've played with it a little bit. It's here on the up on the bench here, or up on the computers here. And, it's interesting because it's all weak signal work. Doesn't take a lot of power. Doesn't take a lot of, it kind of takes away the nervous nitty jitties of what to say and how to say it to somebody. And because it's manually activated or manually done by computers. So you're hitting F1, F2, F3, F4 to respond to these guys, So it's fascinating to me. I played with it for a little bit there, just trying to see what the beam would do. And I went up on what was audibly to you or me as humans a dead band. And I spun the beam around, and this stupid thing always knew that the software didn't pull up 3 or 4 stations. And then I got to playing with which way the beam was hearing these stations best. And it's crazy. I mean, you couldn't hear what other than sounded like atmospheric noise, and the computer was able to pull a signal out and decode it.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I'll definitely check it out. I'll have to, I know Bob has tried to, he's mentioned it to me a few times, so I'll have to check that out. Like I said, I've never done it. Yeah, so, I lost my train of thought. Must be getting late, huh? Totally lost my train of thought.
Do you have 985 up?
I do.
I'm gonna jump over there for 985. KB3WFV.
Whiskey 3, Oscar Hotel, clear.
Thank you. Yeah. Good. Oh,